Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. And this is the moment. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Kathy, can you hear me there? Kathy, can you hear me? No. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. No. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Bring die ander volume op. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Maybe I'll get back. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Right, for the sake of people online, we're going to start in about 5 minutes' time. We're just waiting for more people to arrive. So I'll be with you in a second. Good morning, everybody. Nice seeing the faces. We're just going to start this morning with Mr. Rocco Kuhn, who's going to do the introduction and the safety briefing for us. Thank you very much, Rocco.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rocco Kuhn. I'm the safety specialist for SANRAL. So if I can just have your attention for a quick emergency evacuation briefing, so that you know what to do in case of an emergency. Okay.
Welcome to SANRAL, your home away from home. Your safety is important to us. This is a short overview of important information that will ensure your health and safety during your visit in our building. Please remember these beautiful faces. They may come in very helpful in case of an emergency. Should you require any first aid, please consult our first aider on this floor, who is Florence. Should there be an emergency and the building must be evacuated, please follow the instructions of the emergency evacuation marshal on this floor, who is Ngisa. In the case of an emergency, the evacuation siren will sound. Please do not panic. Rather gather your personal belongings and make your way to the emergency exit doors. When going down the stairs, please hold on to the handrail. Also, look out for the safety of other people. Emergency escape doors are available to use in the case of an emergency. In the case of an emergency, please exit this room through the door you have entered and follow the instructions of the evacuation marshal down the stairs to the assembling point. At the fire escape door, there is a green box with an emergency button. Push this button to release the door, then push the bar to open the door as indicated. Make your way down the staircase to level -1. This is the ground level where you should exit. Someone from the OSH team will meet you outside the auditorium to direct you to the emergency assembly point. In the case of an emergency, please do not use the elevators. You might and probably will get stuck. The evacuation route plans of each floor is posted at all exits and fire escape doors. During the break, please familiarize yourselves with the ones on this floor. The bathrooms on this floor is at the end of the passage through the double glass doors to your left. Ladies' bathrooms are to the left and gents are to the right. At SANRAL, we continue to do our part towards saving water. Bathroom taps are fitted with aerators and grey water is used for flushing. There is a flap on the right-hand side of each chair in the auditorium. Lift it and pull towards yourself for note-taking purposes. As this is a green building, there is only one designated smoking area, which is outside the front gate. Please throw your cigarette butts in the ashtray provided. Do note, no smoking is allowed on the ground floor or on the third floor rooftop terrace. If your meeting is providing lunch, it will be served on the third floor. If using the elevator, press 3, and when returning, press 0 for the boardroom floor. Alternatively, the stairs may be used. Please ask your host to open the stairway door for you. Do not enter floor 1 and 2 without your host. We know that after lunch, you might want to use the gym, but please do not use SANRAL gym equipment on the third floor. SANRAL cannot and will not be held liable for any injuries. A quick recap. When you hear the siren, please do not panic. Take your personal belongings and make your way to the nearest exit and move swiftly to the assembling point. Please walk in an orderly manner. Do not run. If your name is on the attendance register, you will be part of the roll. Nobody will know if you have made it out safely. Do ensure that you complete the attendance register. Do not re-enter the building until the emergency coordinator has given the all clear sign.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate two things. Firstly, when you go for lunch on the third floor, even though you might think you're outside, it's a green building, so please do not smoke on the third floor. If you want to smoke, outside reception in the road is a smoking area. Okay, sorry about that, but that's how it is. And then the elevators, the buttons might be a little bit confusing. Third floor is obviously third floor, but if you come back here, this is floor 0. Okay, so not -1 or 1. It's 0. Okay. So there's no planned emergency drill. So if you hear the siren, it's a real thing. And then please follow whoever will take you out of the building here. And then enjoy your workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rocco. Excellent building, excellent facilities being made available to us. We really appreciate that. Just want to get our program up here. All right, ladies and gents, I'm going to hand over you soon to our capable MC, Mr. Adrian Van Tonda, and he'll take us through the rest of the day. But I just want to give recognition to the sponsors of the Transport Forum. As you can see on the screen there, we've got in the center block there, we've got professional bodies being formally associated with the Transport Forum. And those of them are the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, Road Freight Association, South African Bus Operators Association, African Rail Industry Association, the Safer Stops Association, Multimodal Inland Port Association, International Women in Transport, and South African Express Parcel Association. So obviously there are many professional bodies involved with the Transport Forum, but these are in a formal agreement with us. As you know, that the Transport Forum, all our events are complimentary to the public, including the related content on the web. So we have these associates and sponsors making this possible for us. The event today, proudly being hosted by the Western Cape Government, the Mobility Division. Thank you very much, Corinne, for all your assistance and good organization. We really appreciate what you guys are doing in collaboration with the Road Transport Management System. And the platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum is C-Track, Advanced Telematics Solutions, and Standard Bank is also proudly sponsoring catering. Kathy, thank you for all the support you guys are giving us. Standard Bank's also a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. So you can see they are our gold sponsors. You can see Brit Air Cargo, Control Fleet, University of Johannesburg, Unitrons, Smart Tap, Kuba, we've got Freeway, Standard Bank, Global Trade Solutions, Internet of Things Integration, Zutari, JC Auditors, Easy Clear, and Data Noble. Those are gold sponsors of the Transport Forum. We're also proudly having media houses formally in a relationship with us, like Railways Africa Magazine, Freight News from Freight and Trading Weekly, Engineering News, and Focus on Transport and Logistics. So let's give all these sponsors a big hand. Many of them have been making the Transport Forum possible for over 18 years. And today is the 285th Transport Forum event. So there's quite a number of them. And thank you to you guys for supporting this. I just want to bring under your attention that we've got the Business Director of the Transport Forum, Olga Mashilu. We've outsourced this to Olga Mashilu, the Bontley Consulting Company. It's a BE initiative of us, so she's administrating the business directory. And what that is, it's a opportunity for you to get your business listed on our business directory. It's only 450 rands per annum. It's not really money. And the feedback we're getting is quite positive of all the hits they're getting from this business directory. So you're welcome to contact Olga. I'm also going to send an email to you guys most probably tomorrow morning, thanking you for attending, and Olga's contact details will also be in there for you to sign up to the business directory. She will even invoice you straight because it's completely outsourced to the company. All right, so the presentations we upload to Transport Forum's website. There you see the website. There's a little search engine before you can download presentations. You'll see on that website, there's the login. That's the deal. We get your information and you can download presentations. So thank you for that. So you create your own login credentials. Should you not be registered with the Transport Forum website yet, you create your credentials there. You click on sign on or sign up. And then once you've created your own login credentials, you log in as a user. Then you can go to the website. You can go to events and select downloads. All of this will be in the email we send to you. And you can download presentations for free. And it's a very strong, very powerful knowledge base. There are almost 1,000 presentations there that you can download all for free. Search engine, the search engine looks like that. It's very simple. The top field there, you can see find by title or description. You type in a title there in like logistics or a person's surname or whatever. You hit search in order to search through all those 1,000 presentations to give you what you've requested. And you can download. Or you can go to the bottom field category and select the date of the event, and it'll open up all the presentations with that day. So it's very, very powerful, and you're welcome to download presentations and obtain content. That's what it's all about. All right. So I then now want to hand you over to our MC, Mr. Adrian Diedrichs, Adrian van Tonder, who's going to take us through the program and take it further. Thank you very much, Adrian.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the RTMS workshop. Western Cape Mobility Department have really driven this one for us, so thank you very much to them. So let's get started. I'd like to invite Advocate Vasily Mbambu, Director of Land Transport Integration, Western Cape Mobility, to come and do introduction and welcome. Thank you, Advocate.
Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to greet everyone here today, this morning, and say indeed it is a pleasure to welcome all of you in today's RTMS awareness workshop. Hosted by the Western Cape Mobility Department in partnership with the Transport Forum and the Road Transport Management System. On behalf of the department, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, distinguished guests, partners, and participants. We are joined here today by colleagues from across public and private sectors, transport operators, logistic experts, and industry operators. Your presence here today demonstrates a shared commitment to improving the way we manage and move freight across our province and the country. This workshop has been arranged with a clear purpose to raise awareness about RTMS and many benefits it offers. RTMS is a voluntary self-regulatory system designed to promote best practice in the road transport operations. It encourages operators to take responsibility for compliance, road safety, and vehicle standards while improving efficiency and protecting our road infrastructure. Despite its advantages, RTMS has not yet been widely adopted across the industry. One of the main reasons for this is a lack of understanding of what RTMS entails and how it can add value to daily operations. Today's sessions aims to address that by providing clear practical insights into how RTMS works and how it can support safer, more sustainable, and more competitive transport operations. Throughout the morning, you will hear from government representatives, RTMS experts, and transport operators who have successfully implemented the system. They will share their experiences, the challenges they have faced, and positive outcomes they have achieved. We will also showcase some of the initiatives led by the Western Cape Mobility Department, including RTMS Toolkit, which has been designed to make compliance easy, and the performance-based standard policy recently adopted to promote safer and more efficient freight movement across the province. By the end of the program today, we hope that you will not only have better understanding of RTMS, but also feel inspired to become part of this growing community of responsible operators. Together, we can build a freight transport sector that is safer, more productive, and more sustainable. In closing, I would like to thank our partners for their collaboration and express our appreciation to all speakers who will be sharing their knowledge and experience today. It is now my pleasure to officially open this RTMS awareness workshop. I encourage you all to engage fully, ask questions, and take advantage of this opportunity to learn and connect. Thank you all, and I wish you an insightful and productive day ahead. Once more, most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Mbambu. Appreciate that. And I think just before we get into the nuts and bolts of this workshop, on behalf of the RTMS Steering Committee, thanks to Western Cape Mobility Department for really putting this thing together. And to reiterate the words of the advocate, the promotion of self-regulation in our country, I mean, we've had many of these workshops, and I think our standard line has always been, if we at the end of the day can have one transport business walking out of this workshop that adopts self-regulation, that's going to make our roads just that little bit safer, maybe prevent one accident from happening and saving one life, then all of this has been absolutely worth it. And that's what I'd like everybody to take out of this. So please enjoy the day. We will have questions and answers later. We'll see how the program goes. We have got a section for questions and answers, but let's dive into it. So thank you everybody for being here. First up, Karini Khalan, Deputy Director of Freight, Western Cape Mobility, going to do a presentation on the government perspective of the case for self-regulation. Over to you, Karini.
Good morning, everybody. As introduced, my name is Corinne Gallant. I'm very proud to be here standing in front of you this morning. I've walked a mile with the RTMS. I was just talking to Oliver from JC Auditors earlier about how long that journey has been. And to be standing here today, to be hosting an awareness workshop on RTMS, to be introducing to you a digital toolkit that the Western Cape government is developing, and then to also, as my colleague Mario will later explain, have gotten to the point where we've adopted a PBS policy. These are milestones, and I'm incredibly proud to have been part of the team that has been driving this. So thank you also for recognizing the importance of RTMS and what it could mean for this industry. So my presentation today is going to cover how the Western Cape government, and in particular its mobility department, feels about RTMS. And I guess, spoiler alert, we think it's very important. And the point of my presentation today is to convince you to hold the same opinion that we do. But I'm not just going to convince you by my passion for the project. I also have data that's going to underlie my assumptions and my the facts that I will be presenting to you today. So to put our conversation into context, I'm going to start with why the road freight sector is so important to government. And it is really summarized in that sentence that you see there. The Western Cape moves because you do. And as I mentioned, I've got data to support this. What you see on screen is the modal mix in our province. This shows you what freight is being carried by what mode. Now, this is data from our Western Cape freight demand model that has been developed over the past 7 or 8 years through our very professional consultants, the GAIN Group. And we see that in 2023, 88 million tons of freight was carried by road. Now, today I'm going to get your focus just on, is this pointer working? No. Okay. It's a good thing that I highlighted it in a little gray block. Just the split between road and rail is going to be very important for our conversation today. So when you look at the modal share between road and rail, when it comes to all freight that is carried between those two modes, 61% of that is carried by road and 39% carried by rail. But it becomes even more interesting when you look at the GFB, or the general freight business component of that total freight. Now, to explain, GFB means that we've removed all the bulk export mining commodities from that freight mix. So what is left then is the competitive space where both road and rail can carry those commodities. And that's interesting because when we look at that, 91 or 99% rather is being moved by road, and only 1% is being moved by rail. And just look below that, you'll see that there is a 1% shift towards rail, or towards road rather, in a year's time, which means that road share is constantly increasing and rail share is constantly decreasing. And that's alarming. I think everyone here is going to say rail really needs to step up. Rail needs to take more of its share in terms of the modal split in the province. And we agree with you. We are also rolling out several initiatives that is looking at revitalizing freight rail in the province, making sure that that important mode is carrying its fair share. But today is not the focus on rail. We're not going to be talking about those initiatives, although I can, if you want to chat to me during the breaks, to just hear what it is that the mobility department has put in place to make sure that rail is stepping up and fulfilling its role. Today, we are talking about the important role that road is playing when it comes to moving our commodities. So as I said, when those export mining commodities, iron ore, coal, manganese are removed, the two also very important sectors of our economy is agriculture and manufacturing. And you can see the split there. I put up this graph so that you can really see how big the share is that is being carried by road in each of those remaining sectors. And this underscores that road is playing a crucial role in driving our economic development and making sure that we can trade. We also have, as part of our Western Cape freight demand model, a sector or a segment that forecasts future freight volumes. And this slide shows when you just look at agriculture and manufacturing, and remember mining is important, but mining is predominantly carried by rail. So we're focusing on road here. Agriculture and manufacturing, which is heavily reliant on road freight, is set to increase current conditions by 40 million tons in the next 30 years. And if all else remains the same, that's going to be carried by road. So freight demand is increasing. Further to that, the Western Cape government has a strategy called Growth for Jobs. And in the Growth for Jobs, we have a target that says by 2035, we want to increase the value of our exports to 500 billion rand. For 2023, we were at 211 billion rand. So that's a big growth that we must achieve in the next couple of years. And yes, that does include services because we export services, but it stands to reason that's going to be a good proportion of good movement in order to achieve that goal. And what this means for us is freight volumes will rise, but as it rises, responsibility for that movement must also rise. Unfortunately, we do have evidence that not everyone out there is being a responsible operator. The sad reality is that we have vehicles that are unroadworthy, unlicensed, overloaded, not serviced. So we see the results of that: crashes, irresponsible emissions, damage to the environment, drivers that aren't trained and that are behaving irresponsibly. So coupled with the importance of the sector, the growth that we are expecting to see, I think it's reasonable that we expect that we have to work together to find safe and sustainable growth in the road freight sector. So the Western Cape government, as all governments, national, also down to local government, has the responsibility to make laws and regulations and policy for the various areas that it is responsible for. And in that, we are lawmakers, but we are also enforcers of those laws. And the transport sector, extremely important. We've discussed it now. There is no shortage of acts and laws and policies and regulations that define how the sector must operate. I think everybody here, you don't have to be a truck driver. You can also just be a normal, possession of your sedan vehicle license. You should be familiar with the National Road Traffic Act because it defines what technical standards your vehicle must comply with, you as a driver, what you must comply with, and the same to our heavy goods vehicle drivers. And in addition to that, it sets out the standards for hazardous good movements. The remaining acts and policies there, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but effectively it does regulate how people, the environment, infrastructure needs to be protected. And also it sets standards for fair and equitable business practices. Effectively, all these rules and regulations make people act in their own best interest and in the best interest of others. Now, I want to sketch to you the task of law enforcement because it is quite a task. This year, we have 656 traffic law enforcement officers from province, and they work around the clock. In the province, we have 32,200 and some kilometers of provincial road network, and we have a heavy goods vehicle population of 77,728 vehicles. On our network, this is last year, unfortunately, I couldn't get an updated figure, but we can assume it's approximate to that amount. There's 3,500 unique sightings of trucks on our roads. That means every day, 3,500 trucks are observed. Individual trucks, not the same trucks a couple of times. That's that population. And to give it further context, that's just trucks. We also have our light commercial vehicles. We've got our public transport vehicles, taxis, minibuses, bicycles, motorcycles, pedestrians. All of those have to comply with rules and regulations, and our traffic law enforcement officers have to make sure that they do. And then just to give it further analysis, that means there's one officer for 50 kilometers of road for 219 trucks. And they must make sure everyone does what they need to do. So it is a monumental task. The department has invested heavily in technology to make that task of law enforcement easier. So we've got a network of cameras. Every single provincial traffic vehicle has got an onboard camera. We've got a network of static cameras on our major roads in the province. And all of that is in real time scanning licenses, sending alerts to our officers on those little handheld devices that you see in the bottom corner, right corner on your side. And that allows them, even if they are not physically present when infringement is happening, that alert can be sent through to the closest traffic station or official, and they can respond to it. But despite all that, our officers can't be everywhere all the time, and they can't respond to everything all the time. So self-regulation becomes increasingly important. So what is self-regulation? This means that an organization voluntarily decides to implement certain standards and codes within the organization without Big Brother, without government enforcing that standard. They are effectively saying we will comply with all government's laws and acts and regulation. And in addition, we're going to hold ourselves to high levels of accountability and responsibility. There's various forms of self-regulation, and they can cover any and more of the elements that's listed on the screen. But when you look at this seemingly very large list of ways that a company can be self-regulating, it can become quite daunting. And when companies are faced with deciding for themselves which elements of self-regulation they are going to implement, it leads to a lack of uniform adoption and an inconsistent standard. For example, one company can decide, we really want to make sure our vehicles are always safe. They will be serviced, they will be well maintained, we will never overload, we will ensure our loads are equally distributed. And another company, and the same company then can force their drivers to drive fatigued because that's not important to them. So the two things negate one another. So RTMS provides a structured way for companies to become self-regulatory. Through RTMS, compliance requirements and different standards are set out specifically so that there is uniform adoption, so that when you see that triangle, that gold-yellow triangle, that that company has achieved high standards of safety and efficiency. It means something when you have that little placard. Key elements of the standard is vehicle roadworthiness and load management, driver training and wellness, and efficient logistics, which reduces the impact on the environment. I'm not going to go into too much detail. We're going to get a lot of that in the presentations that come, but the benefits are that it preserves our road infrastructure, it promotes safety, and it increases productivity. We have it on good authority from primary data, from case studies like the ones that you're going to see here today, and from literature that was published, that operators who've implemented RTMS have seen definite savings, cost savings in terms of the fuel and overall transport costs, also reduction in accidents, reduced impact on the environment, and they have healthier, happier drivers. Ultimately, it gives organizations the edge because it means that they are continuously finding ways to improve their operations. One of the key elements of RTMS is that If you observe or you become aware of an incident, you have to investigate the incident and you have to have a remedial action that you then implement. So operators that are implementing RTMS, you can be assured that they are constantly striving for improved standards of safety and service delivery. Now, given that it's so wonderful, one might wonder why, is every operator not subscribing to RTMS? The sad reality is that our figures show that very few are currently subscribing to RTMS. Fleet sizes between 100 and 500, 45% of those operators are registered, which means that there is a big improvement needed in that space as well. But in particular, I want to draw your attention to the smaller operators, where in 2021, in the category of 1 to 50 operators, we only had 2 registered operators. And that was in the 11 to 50, leaving no 0 in the 1 to 10 category. This means that there's definitely barriers that they face. And some of these barriers are that there isn't enough information. They don't know about the standard. There's perceived cost with compliance that they don't know how to overcome. And then there's also an administrative burden to make sure that they're implementing the standard. But for us, this means that there is a huge opportunity in that smaller market. And that's something we want to capitalize on. Self-regulation contributes to our objectives as government. We want a safe, reliable, and sustainable transport system. And in our department, I wanted to show you how it contributes directly to our outcomes. Outcome 2, self-explanatory. We want a freight system that is efficient, reliable, and cost-effective. Outcome 3, coherent regulation. And outcome 4, enhanced safety. So you can see the linkages with what I've spoken about the system does and what we want to achieve as the mobility department. So to do that, we've embedded RTMS in our strategic documents. You can find references to increase adoption and promotion of the standard in our freight implementation plan. It's in our provincial land transport framework, and it is also in our annual performance plan. But we're also implementing our strategy through awareness campaigns like this, reducing the barrier of information, but also through developing tools to assist industry to comply, such as the RTMS digital toolkit, which you will hear about later. I believe that Western Cape government is doing its best to promote the standard and to put our money where our mouths are. But success in this regard is a combined effort. If you fall into any one of those categories, then you have to walk this journey with us. In conclusion, colleagues, friends, I want to leave you with a thought that it empowers, RTMS empowers operators. It gives you the control over your operation. It gives you insight into your operations that you likely would not have had before. So it is a way for you to constantly bring innovation and efficiency and high standards of quality into your operations. So we are encouraging you to embrace this RTMS self-compliance journey and walk with us. Support government efforts of self-regulation, promotion, and implementation. You are contributing to our social and economic prosperity in the province when you do so. And you become a collaborator and a partner with government. And I think that is something to be proud of. You also raise your reputation in the industry and collectively the industry's reputation, where you won't be considered or associated with that sad reality. You know, we want a sustainable, safe system, and you could contribute to that. So today you have so many people with experience in the room. You've got operators that implemented, you've got the auditors here, you've got the RTMS steerco members, you've got Western Cape government, and we can tell you about the toolkit. Use the time, reach out to us. We really want to take you on this journey with us, and we want your full buy-in as much as we are committed to bringing it to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karine. Very insightful presentation. some valuable data that you could share with us, what's happening in the Western Cape. And Western Cape is not just looking at a problem, it's looking at how can we develop people to overcome barriers and information. So kudos to the Western Cape, to your team and your department for making this available. The toolkits, we're going to see it a little bit later. I've been already advertising it in other provinces to show them how to do it properly, just by the way, which is absolutely great. So thank you very much for that. Next up, we got Dr. Paul, has been part of RTMS and PBS since the beginning. What, over 20 years now, Paul, that you've been doing this? And Paul is going to do a presentation for us on challenges that we are facing, issues on road freight, and an introduction to RTMS. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks very much, Adrian, and good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be part of a workshop. Harry mentioned 285, did you say? 200. I checked my statistics. Today is our 85th RTMS awareness workshop. So we're 200 behind, but we will catch up. Corinne, well done. That was a great presentation. There are many things I'd like to endorse what you said, but I think it'll link, hopefully. In fact, my presentation is almost redundant. But no, there's so much one can say, and I think thanks for touching on important points. In that one slide where you gave the different examples of self-regulation, what you didn't put in there is brushing your teeth. And I always say to people that, self-regulation, we all do so. We all self-regulate in some way or other. Depending on your spouse or your partner, you brush your teeth because it's the right thing to do. It's that self-regulation. And on the roads, a lot of people self-regulate, but unfortunately some don't. And so it's not as though it's something new. It's there, but in commercial transport, and as you could see from that presentation, we're trying to improve the situation on our roads because it's quite bad. And so the RTMS, I'm just going to put a few thoughts. I'm not going into the details of the content, but it's about safety and sustainability. And that was clear from the previous presentation. When we started, came out of a national overload control strategy, and the focus was on preserving the road network. So in other words, reducing overloading. And it was one of the recommendations that was way back in 2002 for the National Department of Transport, said, let's look at promoting self-regulation over and above the law enforcement activities. And then very soon, within a year, we realized that you can't have an accreditation scheme, as Corinne said, just focusing on overloading. Then you've got drivers and vehicle fitness, etc., that might be totally unacceptable. So then it became a holistic thing. The other thing that we found is that, operators will generally be very keen on reducing costs and productivity, but safety is a very difficult thing to get anyone on the roads, commercial operators, to focus on. And this slide shows how what we're trying to do through the RTMS is linking safety and sustainability and productivity. They're actually all linked. I've got to go through this quite quickly, but so these are the interrelating factors: poor vehicle servicing and maintenance, increased breakdowns and crashes, driver hours, skills, health, increase in crashes and higher fuel consumption. Heavy vehicle overloading impacts the road network condition and road safety, increases road maintenance costs and also vehicle maintenance costs. As the roads deteriorate, it has a very negative impact on road transport operations. Crashes, road fatalities, serious injuries, congestion on major highways, environmental impact, queuing vehicles, traffic congestion, increases in emissions, cost of transport. CO2 impacts on climate change, global warming, deterioration of the road network condition, increased cost of transport, fuel consumption, travel time, vehicle maintenance. And all of the above have a negative impact on safety, risk, transport efficiency and productivity, and ultimately the national economy. So, you know, you can have a very good, well-maintained fleet, and you can have high standards of operation. But if the guy next door is very bad, he has a crash on the N1 and your truck is stuck. So it's one of the things about the RTMS is we're trying to promote better compliance throughout, so that everyone benefits. We want less truck crashes on the road, because it's not only that operator who suffers, but it's a lot of the others who get stuck in these. So somewhat of the key issues. Well, road infrastructure, it's absolutely critical for the economy of the country and for efficient transport operations to have a good road infrastructure. Road to rail, well, you saw the statistics. You know, I'm a great believer in rail. I think there's many commodities in South Africa that should be on rail, but they're huge challenges, and it's not something that that's going to be solved overnight. This is a long-term project to overcome. I've got a funny thing here. It says, welcome to Casper. Yes, I've got to try and get rid of this Casper key password management. You know what that is? I can't see the mouse. Did I say something wrong? So the rail is a big challenge, and we have to pursue it, but it's not going to be solved next year or the year after. It's a long-term. No, it doesn't want to. Okay. Vehicle roadworthiness. I mean, that has a huge impact on our road crashes. And you can see from these brake and tire watch events that are held, some of the trucks on the road are highly unroadworthy. Drivers, there's such a need for improving skill, for improving health of drivers, and for managing fatigue. These are sort of key issues. Speeding of trucks has a huge impact. You know, one of the things we look at with the PBS vehicles where they're longer is overtaking time. And a truck that's traveling at 100 or 110, it dramatically increases the overtaking time. So this is just another safety issue. So speeding of trucks, never mind the fuel consumption, driver behavior, overloading, third-party crashes. So we find that as companies improve their performance on the road, third-party crashes become quite a challenge, where it's not the driver's fault. It's someone else doing a silly thing on the road. And this becomes quite a challenge for a lot of transport operators. And then creating a safety culture or a safety climate in organizations, so that organizations say, this is the way we do it. This is, Karine also referred to that we with the RTMS, we're trying to promote this road safety culture, that as a company, this is the way we do things. We continually promote road safety. And then law enforcement, again, referring back to Karine's presentation, law enforcement has got limited capacity. They cannot enforce all the roads 24/7. It's just not possible. So that's why self-regulation is so important. And that will then make their job more manageable and more doable. So some of the key elements that we believe that the RTMS addresses is preserving the road infrastructure, reducing overloading, improving vehicle maintenance and operations, and then the biggest thing that we found over the last 20 years is an improvement in drivers. So better driver training, ongoing training, much more focus on driver health, some of the chronic illnesses that many of the truck drivers have that they're not even aware of. And the operator can help with more detailed medical examinations, identify those chronic illnesses, and take corrective action, and then managing fatigue. So if you could talk to like the banks, the insurance industry, associations, that it's all about managing risk. Companies need to manage risk. And if you can manage your risk, then things will start to improve. And then, of course, it's about promoting compliance and increasing productivity. So, you know, Corinne again has referred to this. The reality is we have far too many crashes in South Africa compared to a lot of other countries. We have some roads that have deteriorated, and this has a huge impact on transport operations, negative impact. One of the studies that was done some years ago shows just the average maintenance and repair costs of a truck going from a good road to a bad road increases by more than 100%. That's just maintenance repairs. Doesn't look at fuel consumption. It doesn't look at travel time. So good roads are extremely important. So it's our combined responsibility to make sure that the roads, that overloading doesn't destroy our road networks prematurely. And then I mentioned the brake and tire watch, where these have been held all over the country. There's more than 50 now that have been done. And the scary thing is that of the 770 odd vehicles that have been inspected as part of this training course, 69% have been discontinued from use. And that figure hasn't changed over the last 10 years. As the number of training events has increased, that figure of 60 sort of hovers between 68 and 70% of vehicles that are inspected at random are discontinued from use for various reasons. So you get brake linings that are totally unacceptable. Tires are extremely important from a safety point of view and from a fuel consumption point of view. And one of the projects that I was involved in, it's now more than 10 years ago, you see South Africa's fatal crash rate, heavy vehicle fatal crash rate, is way above some of the other countries this was an OECD project. So we've got a long way to go to improve the situation on our roads. And in terms of general road fatalities, you know, we've got this decade of action for road safety. It was from 2010 to 2020, and now we're in the second one, 2020 to 2030, reduce fatalities by 50%. You can see these are two examples from an ISO committee that I'm a member of, where case studies are presented, and you can see Sweden, how they reduced their road fatalities. This is in the previous decade of action, and Japan. But if you look at South Africa, it's pretty much constant. So in 2022, we had 206 fatalities per million people, and Sweden, 18 road fatalities per million people. And in 2012, it was 230. So there's been a slight decrease, but we're still way above international norms. And then the result of crashes, this is on the N3, Pietermaritzburg, lane closures, truck standing. And as I said earlier, your good truck, if you're a good operator and your truck stuck in that queue, it's not helping with your business. So we really believe that the RTMS needs to be voluntary from a government point of view. And I'm glad that Corinne was sort of emphasized the fact that it's a voluntary system. However, consignors and consignees, some of them are now starting to say, if you want to do a business with us, you must be RTMS certified. And in fact, some companies like SAPI are providing training for their SMME operators to become RTMS certified. So they're reaching out and saying, we want to take responsibility for the way our timber is moved, but we will also help you to become certified. So I'm going to go through this. This is just, Oliver will cover this in the next presentation, but the standard is SANS 3095, and it's got a number of pillars which address all the elements, well, we would say just about all the elements that are involved with road transport. So now I just want to quickly show some positive outcomes. We have case studies today, but this is now where RTMS started in forestry in 2004, and the overloading there was more than 30% of the trucks delivering the timber to the mills in KZN and Mpumalanga. This is the pulp and paper mills were overloaded. So about a third of the trucks This is measuring the mass of the vehicles when they arrived at the mills. And since 2015, if you look at that graph, since 2015, they've been hovering around 1%. So from 30% overloading, their target was 4% initially, and then the industry reduced their target to 1%. And a similar pattern in sugar, also in those same two provinces, they were also above 30% overloading when they started. And then the interesting thing is that using onboard load cells, they've reduced overloading, but they've also reduced underloading. So that green line shows the average payload of the sugar trucks. It's actually increased. So they're not losing on productivity, but they've reduced their overloading dramatically. This is an example from the city of Cape Town from a while back, where when they started, only just over 50% of their vehicles, that's about 900 vehicles, this electricity department, were being serviced on time. Just about half their vehicles were being serviced on time. So it's about continuous improvement. So you don't get to 100% in a few months. You set yourself a target, and you can see how it took them about 6 years to get up to their target of 94%. And that's what RTMS is about. And you could see the average fuel consumption reduced by 24%. I think this is a brilliant example. OneLogic's vehicle delivery services. In 2016, they had 126 crashes. That's that red line. And look how it came down. The blue is the kilometers traveled per year. And they reached a level of about 24, 25 crashes. And I thought, it looked like that was a plateau, but they've actually come down. So in 2023, they had, 2024, they had only 7 crashes from 126. I mean, that's really, really significant. And then this just shows the line, their crashes every month. From the top line is 2016, and then the bottom line is 2023. You can just see how their crashes have come down over the years. That's a very good example. And this one is Jabula plant high, also a downward trend in terms of crashes, different types of crashes. And then on the right is the fleet availability and downtime. So these are the kind of things that one would monitor when you become a certified fleet. And then another example from Dawn Logistics, from that table, you can see the reduction in fines, the reduction in crashes, reduction in breakdowns, and fuel consumption from 2013 to 2017 reduced by 23%. And then they attributed that to defensive driving, reduction in speeding, eliminating harsh acceleration and braking. This is all through driver training. And then from their telematics in 2014, so they've been of living of drivers as things that have come up. Growth of the RTMS. So we're sitting at a steady growth over the last 20 years. Nationally, we had very few small operators some 10 years ago. And so we started focusing, but it's been more in the mining sector where small operators are becoming RTMS certified because of the mines and Eskom putting pressure on the small operators to become certified. So you can see for the small operators, there's 72 certified fleets, 73 rather, 1 to 5 trucks, 6 to 10 trucks, 48, etc. But the biggest is the 21 to 50 fleets. It's 87 operators. So in conclusion, I think, in my view, well over 50% of the trucks on the road are not compliant, whether it's vehicle fitness, drivers overloading, speeding. If you combine all those together, and law enforcement has a very limited impact. They can't be everywhere all the time. There's also a lot of challenges in terms of equipment, etc., etc. The RTMS is trying to get more and more operators to self-regulate and increase the green block so that it gives a better opportunity, or it makes it easier for law enforcement. So I think the impacts that I have seen, or that we've seen with the implementation, is much improved driver training of these operators, better control of speeding, better control of fatigue, reduction in overloading, and improved vehicle servicing and maintenance. So we want to prevent overloads. We want to improve vehicle maintenance, which prevents breakdowns. Big focus on driver, and ultimately to reduce crashes and save lives. So that's my introduction. Thank you. I will do. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Very insightful. So I think we can all see that we got some big challenges in our country when it comes to road transport. And there's some good success stories and some big benefits that companies have seen. But also remember, if you are cross with your money, then you must go and buy a truck, because it's the quickest way to get poor. But if you do go and buy that truck and you apply these standards, it all of a sudden turns your business into a very sustainable business. Over and above the safety and the different elements, managing cost and sustainability only happens when you apply a set of standards that controls your whole business. And the RTMS standards since 1395, Oliver from JC Auditors is presenting next. He's going to break down in more detail what the standards is all about. And you will see out of that presentation that it covers all elements. And if you do have a roads and you apply the standard, you will see it pretty much covers every element of your business, which is going to take your risk away and definitely make you more sustainable. Thank you. Over to you, Oliver.
And it's a real privilege to be here today. The first workshop we had in the Western Cape was in 2010. Paul and myself were chatting about that at the Lagoon Beach Hotel. And I think we've had 5 odd in total, including this one today. So well done to, I think, the team here, to Corinne for sowing the seeds. And we certainly are very, I think, looking forward to the journey ahead in the province. So how many of you here are 70 years old or older today? Oh, there's one there. Well, actually, wow, there's 2. Fantastic. Well, I wanted to actually pay tribute. You know, we spoke about sustainability, and today we have a company who's presenting later, Pool Transport, that are 70 years old in the business. And I mean, that's just evidence of a sustainable operation. And we certainly look forward to their presentation later on. But my job for today is to talk you through the RTMS standard. And I want to start off by saying and confirming what I think Corinne and Paul have mentioned. RTMS has made an impact in the country. We've heard about it. Paul has shown some case studies. And I think for any project to be sustainable and to gain traction in the market, it must make business sense. Government can promote, regulations can be there, enforcement is obviously necessary. But unless it offers the market something of value, no system will be sustainable. So with RTMS, and I think many operators, you'll see the quote I put in there, RTMS has made a huge difference in our business. This comes out of a feedback session from an SME company a month or 2 ago. And in addition to giving you the safety and the performance benefits. RTMS talks to profitability. Now, we won't have time in a session like today to cover all the economic angles of the RTMS standard, but things like overloading. If the truck's overloaded, it affects the braking efficiency, it affects the performance of the truck, and it increases risk levels, all of which have a negative impact on profits, even vehicle maintenance, driving behavior. So if the drivers are driving incorrectly, harsh acceleration, that causes increased fuel consumption. So there are lots of economic benefits of doing the right thing. Brand reputation. I mean, we work really hard to build a business, to protect the brand, develop client relationships, and unless a system like the RTMS or a structured system is there, one can easily damage a brand that takes a long time and many painful years to build up. Service delivery in an increasingly demanding economic environment. I mean, you know, you transporters. Your clients are demanding. They want the Rolls-Royce at the price of a VW. And you've got to deliver. If you don't, they're looking for somebody else. So safety, service delivery, safety performance. Many Czech people I talk to complain about the increasing demands from the corporates, the mining houses, and other consignors. In a world that's now JB, hi, good to see you. In a world that's moving towards ESG, where corporate governance is becoming very much more in prominence, more and more corporates are demanding improved safety from transporters. They want you to demonstrate your sustainability credentials. So a system like the RTMS helps one to achieve that those ends and to demonstrate that you are, in fact, on the last bullet, a company that has good governance systems in place and you're serious about transport. So the RTMS is a national standard that's managed by the SABS in terms of the content, SABS TC 241. It also talks to ISO 39001 in some ways. Some of you have asked about how does RTMS align with ISO 39001? There are lots of similarities, and if I can just explain it simply by saying RTMS is the equivalent of ISO 39001 to commercial fleet operations. It does apply to all players in the supply chain, consignors, transporters, and consignees as well. Traditionally, as you would have seen, transporters have been the main entities that have adopted the RTMS, but we continue to advocate for more and more consignors and consignees to adopt the RTMS or promote it within their supply chains. Because often, and I was speaking to, I think to Deerwald this morning, there's often unlevel playing fields in various sectors in the economy where transport rates are the only defining factor to award a contract. We must change that mindset for those awarding contracts. They must look at safety performance, sustainability, etc. So we have some way to go there. And even though we've got the consignee regulations since 2014, I think, it really hasn't been tested. So to a large extent remains a good regulation, but limited impact. And this is why, as Corinne mentioned, government can do whatever they can, but ultimately the private sector needs to drive systems and drive sustainability. There's 4 elements in the RTMS standard, which I think Paul has covered, and I'll be talking through some of the key aspects within the RTMS standard. Firstly, to say that it does require a structured management system. In Paul's example, brushing your teeth daily. We do it without thinking because of the obvious benefit. And RTMS does require culture change. It requires a different mindset where you're doing things that that are defined in your policies systematically and consistently. If you look at the average truck crash, it doesn't happen because of a lack of a system, generally speaking. It happens because one day, one driver or some person does not follow the system. So having a system is critical, but the consistent and structured implementation of the system is, in my mind, the bigger challenge for any transport. And of course, it's all about self-regulation and ensuring the systems are delivering on sustainability goals. Many of you are familiar with the ISO management system framework, which advocates the PDCA cycle, and the concept essentially says, listen, let's define how we do business. In other words, ensure that everybody in the transport business understands what to do, whether you're in technical operations, HR plan, then you would a system that allows. We cannot improve what we measure. And in today's thing, unpack, understand, diagnostic mechanism for how can you improve do set of cyclical applies to any ISO standard and to the RTMS elements as well. These stipulate a specific requirement. It says you need to manage your load in terms of the mass, in how you do it. When you apply for standard, does make for discretion, but if you're doing your responsibility to, in an audit, showing all the trips you've done to and what was the or combination mass, the auditor will then, from the source document, have been compliant. As I mentioned, the method by various different types. So as long as you can demonstrate predictability of your method, that the tonnage is correct, you'll be fine audit. If you do have, it's important your system documents need to be available for the audit. So whether if it's bulk commodities, one would typically have a weighbridge ticket, note, etc. So depending on what sector you're in, your evidence of compliance would differ. What is important is that on a monthly basis, you track your overloading percentages, and within the tolerances for the combination mass and your axle mass limit. And we do allow a 4% tolerance in terms of number of trips. This is purely for practical reasons, mainly the bulk commodities. If you're loading timber, for example, you have different timber species, you have wattle, gum, pine, and if it's wet timber or dried timber, being mass, and it's not that easy to control. So in order to make provision for those practical variations, we do allow 4% number of trips tolerance. But like in the forestry sector, I think the last committee meeting, we are at less than 0.1%, and that is phenomenal. So for all the trucks carrying logs going into the timber mills, less than 0.1% were overloaded, which is incredible, especially for Sanral, because the roads are being saved due to the prevention of overload to any sector. So whether you're in FMCG, the method you adopt would be contextualized, and the load method as well, and load securement method. We do know that speed is a leading contributor globally to crashes and a high-risk behavior. So the RTMS standard compels one to have a defined policy in place where you're taking into account all the factors. So it's not just saying to the drivers, you must abide by the speed limit. You would say to them, you need to drive at a safe speed, which is taking into account the relevant road speed limit, but also other factors like traffic density, the weather conditions, a road furniture, road work. So it's about making sure that the safety mindset is inculcated in the drivers. You need to have a method showing how do you monitor, and if there are speed violations, how do you trend that, and what actions do you take to rehabilitate drivers that may be not complying with the requirements. Typically, we use telematics data, and I think most companies, probably all companies we audit, have different telematics systems, and they extract speed reports. And from the report, they will say, okay, in week 2, we've had 8 drivers that had X number of violations, and here's our refresher training, or here's our counseling, whatever the case may be. The standard also requires for there to be a defined accident and incident investigation. So often in the busy world of transport, things happen. There's a knee-jerk often, but it's forgotten. And that's often a danger, because you need to understand what is causing your incidents. Even if it's a fender bender, it could be indicative of a major crash that's ahead. So by monitoring even near misses, monitoring the small little incidents, it helps you to understand what are the root causes, and you want to know what are the main contributors to your incidents. And if you understand what's contributing to your accidents and incidents, you then a lot more likely to be able to mitigate continuing risks that may be there. Traffic fines, a very similar approach. The RTMS standard says one should have all your traffic fines recorded, analyzed for trends, and then again, implement actions to mitigate bad behaviors or problems within the business. I know RTO is still very much on the table, but just a quick note to say, companies who are RTMS certified already would have had or would have a framework to manage RTO. And even though it applies to everybody, the drivers are the ones who are most likely to be affected once RTO is implemented. So by monitoring your traffic violations already with RTMS, many companies that we audit are allocating the potential demerit points, identifying the high-risk drivers, and making them aware of the potential impact of license suspensions, etc. Vehicle maintenance, we know that downtime causes many efficiencies, but also can result in crashes and collisions if the vehicles are not maintained. So the standard here requires for there to be a service schedule in place that makes provision for defining the service intervals and having records to show that the vehicles have been serviced according to the various intervals. And this applies both to your tractors and to your trailing equipment as well. Tire surveys is another requirement of the standard, checking of your inflation pressure, checking your tread depth. So these are all not just safety prerogatives, but if the tires, for example, are underinflated, it affects the rolling resistance of the truck. Your drivers will have to use more fuel to cover the same kilometers. So all of these safety and performance requirements of the RTMS standard, yes, they deliver safety, but they also have a marked impact on the economic aspects of the business. Pre-trip vehicle inspections. It's probably one of the easiest systems to implement, but the challenge is doing it consistently and to ensure if the driver reports brakes are faulty or air leak, is that being rectified before the vehicle is allowed to depart? A common audit finding is the driver would report a safety critical defect and the truck is allowed to operate for 3, 4, 10, 12 days before it goes to the workshop. That is something which needs to be, I think, dealt with. If it's a safety critical defect, the vehicle should not be allowed to operate until it has been repaired. Driver wellness, and here we talk about medical fitness. I think one of the challenges that we all know is that in the country, we've to a large extent marginalized drivers and to a large extent not given sufficient attention to driver fatigue and driver wellness. Now, the RTMS standard is obviously redressing that by ensuring that drivers have an annual medical fitness certificate. And if drivers have been diagnosed with chronic illnesses, how do you manage them? If a driver does have diabetes or hypertension, they present a higher risk. So you've got to look at how do you manage them so that they are aware of their condition, they're aware of the medication they should take. Are your fleet controllers asking them the right questions about their fatigue? So it's about implementing the culture that supports the outcomes of the RTMS. Shift schedules. How many days consecutively are the drivers allowed to work? How many hours per day can they work? How many days of rest are you allocating? Is it documented? Can you demonstrate it for the audit? And often these systems can be painful to implement, especially where client demands are changing, routes are changing all the time, etc. But if you do not have a system, then you're pretty much opening yourself to crashes, collisions, and high-risk behaviors, which we want to avoid at all costs. Driver competence. And although we often see companies having driver training done, if it's done in an academic manner, it's not as value-adding as if you were to do it as a culture change initiative. So mentoring of drivers, during briefing, debriefing, having toolbox talks, sharing learning with the drivers, involving them in the business. So they need to understand training is not just academic. It's something they do day in and day out. And having a safety card like that one, for example, and we saw it at the Highway Junction Driver Day we had a month ago. We spoke to drivers, and many of them, where the companies had a driver day or had a commitment to safety, were that much more aware of safety and kind of more keen to comply with the requirements. Whereas other companies that may not have had a focus, the drivers were not that sort of understanding the critical role they have. So innovative means to engage with the drivers and ensure that the outcomes are delivered, or the training requirements rather, are delivered in a way that adds value on the road. And when we audit a key indicator of overall performance is accidents and incidents. So we audit for the system, we look at training records, and then we say, hey, are these systems and training, is it being effective? Is it delivering on reduced crashes? So the incident history is a key part of the audit requirements. Just an example of a typical SIPDE or a training methodology used, where you train drivers as a part of their daily routine to be aware of all the potential risks on the road, predict what could go wrong, decide on what steps to take, and execute should that happen. And even things like, do the drivers understand, how do they interpret fatigue signs their own bodies might be showing? You cannot, when a driver comes on site at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., you have no idea if he or she has slept. You have no idea of their mental state, etc. But if you train them and make them aware of the impact of lack of sleep, the impact of social issues they might be facing, if they're troubled about a family situation and they come to work in a frame of mind that is overwhelming. So talking about these, implementing this in your training helps the drivers to understand and to interpret symptoms they might be having around these very key issues that are often underappreciated in the overall context. So for any audit, there should be records and documents, checklists that need to be available in order to demonstrate one is compliant. And the last point is important. Transport is a difficult business to be in, as Adrian mentioned. So things will go wrong, and they do go wrong. But what the RTMS standard says, when things do go wrong, does your internal system detect it? And do you identify the risk? And how do you mitigate it to prevent recurring non-compliance? And that's important to remember. The system elements also require for there to be quantitative measuring of data, such as overloading percentage, crash statistics, number of traffic fines, etc. And all of that is reported on a quarterly basis via the website. And in conclusion, I've got a short video just to summarize the whole context, and then we're done.
RTMS is a national standard promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency in fleet operations. It promotes a framework in order to minimize crashes, ensure vehicle safety, promote safe driving behavior, and ultimately allow for an efficient supply chain, which is essential for economic growth and global competitiveness. Let's look at the 4 pillars of the RTMS standard. 1. Correct vehicle loading is essential, making sure that the mass and dimensions limits of the National Road Traffic Act are complied with. If a truck is overloaded, it not only damages our roads, but it is also a safety risk, as the vehicle braking and handling is compromised. Our roads are a national asset, so by preventing overloads, we preserve our roads and make them safer. So whatever you are loading, be it bulk or break bulk, make sure to load correctly and safely, taking care to distribute the load across all axles. The RTMS standard also requires safe load securement, so make sure that load is correctly and tightly secured to avoid dislodgement during transit. 2. Safety of vehicles. The second pillar of the RTMS is safety and safe operation of the vehicles. A structured preventative maintenance program is essential. This includes tire management and maintenance of the trailers. Of course, in addition to preventative maintenance, it is essential that pre-trip safety inspection is conducted daily. It is widely accepted that more than 80% of crashes are due to driver error. The managing driver behavior is a crucial requirement of the RTMS standard. One of the main causes of crashes is driving at unsafe speeds, so monitoring of driving speed is a key requirement of the RTMS. 3. Driver health and wellness. The third pillar of the standard is driver health and wellness, which requires that the drivers are assessed for fitness to drive. The standard also requires a fatigue management plan, including a driver duty roster, monitoring of duty hours and driving hours. It is critical that drivers get enough sleep to avoid falling asleep at the wheel. Another wellness requirement is the screening of drivers for possible intoxication, which we know prevents a severe risk impact. 4. Driver training. The fourth pillar of the RTMS standard is the requirement for a structured driver training program to be in place. The training program should focus on key criteria, including defensive driving techniques, such as keeping a safe following distance, driving at a safe speed, avoid using a cell phone while driving, driver health and wellness. So, as can be seen, RTMS is all about managing risk and promoting safety in a fleet operation. The RTMS has been implemented by leading transport companies since 2006 and is widely accepted as the gold standard for fleet operators. RTMS, it's simply doing the right thing.
Good, thanks very much, everybody. I hope it's given you an idea of the standard. And if you have any questions, I'm sure we can chat later on. Thank you very much. Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks, Oliver. Comprehensive. As always, Oliver, thanks. And I think everybody can clearly see that the standard covers all the elements that you really need to do if you want to run a successful transport business. If there's any of these elements you cannot do, then you should maybe not be in the transport business, because it is going to come and bite you. And a lot of it is common sense, and it's just good business practice. And the benefits are absolutely massive. So thanks, Oliver. Great presentation. Next up, we got our first case study of the day. Dewald Theron, Director of Mwazi Transport, is going to come do a case study for us on RTMS. Thanks, Dewald.
Good morning. This is, I think you will hear this whole workshop is going to be represented by, this is not a speech, I was just thinking about it, is you will hear the whole thing, everything, the same thing the whole time. And I think that is a very important fact why we are doing this. So good morning, representatives of the Western Cape Mobility Department, RTMS officials and the value industry partners. On behalf of Mwazi Trans, I would like to thank you sincerely for the opportunity to participate in the RTMS workshop day. It's an honor to share our story, one built on dedication, learning, and the pursuit of excellence. Today, I will take you through our journey towards RTMS accreditation, not just as a compliance milestone, but as a transformation in how we think, how we operate, and how we serve. At Mwazi, RTMS has become a cornerstone of how we move South Africa safely forward. Our agenda today will be a quote that reflects the philosophy, a brief look at who we are as a company, the principles and ethics that shape our work, the reasons we persuade RTMS accreditation, our journey, the key audit highlights, the operational impacts, and the focus on our driver development and safety of the culture, and also our vision for the future. Logistics built on reliability and safety is exactly what moves the industry forward. This quote reflects our foundational belief, reliability and safety aren't just operational priorities. That's the pulse that keeps the logistics industry moving. Every kilometer traveled, every container loaded, every schedule kept reflects our commitment and doing things right, safely and professionally. At Mwazi Trans, we've seen firsthand that when reliability meets responsibility, it doesn't just move goods, it moves people, communities, and the economy forward. Is that working? Yeah. As Mwazi Trans is the industry leader in the transportation of containerized cargo, both general, refrigerated, reefers, as well as side tippers. We are proud to be fully hazardous compliant, operating under the strict safety protocols of regulatory standards. Our accreditations include the RTMS, NACAC, CIE, FLASH, and the Safely Home with Drive Risk, each reinforcing our promise to uphold safety and quality. We are also an equity-driven company with a strong focus on women empowerment and creating opportunities across diverse skill levels. Today, our team includes 33 employees with 25 trucks across South Africa. Our operations are built on 3 pillars: efficiency and timeliness, delivering on time every time, safety and environmental responsibility, ensuring every trips meet the standards and minimize environmental impacts. Fairness and professionalism, treating every client, supplier and employee with respect and integrity. We believe that the ethics and efficiency go hand in hand. Our decision making is transparent, our relationships are built on trust, and our workplace promotes accountability. One example that stands out is our proactive investment in vehicle safety systems and driver fatigue monitoring. Measures that protect lives while improving productivity. Because, yeah. Our decision to pursue RTMS came through a simple realization. We could not stand by and watch the industry rode with the vehicles and under detained to set a better example. We wanted to take a stand for our employees, our clients, and our roads. Through RTMS, we found a structured, measurable way to ensure safety, compliance, and continuous improvement. Today, we operate with a clear vision that safety is not an expense, it's an investment in sustainability. Today, RTMS gave us a framework to formalize what we already valued: discipline, responsibility, and the care of our people and assets. Our journey began in June 2022. Is it this one? Yes, sorry. Our journey began in January 2022 when we first inquired about accreditation. At that time, we weren't ready because like we've been mentioned by Corinne, that every small transporter see all the challenges with all the paperwork and all those things, processes not in place. So we took, obviously when you see those, Oliver said that you see all this stuff and you don't know what to do exactly about it. And obviously as a private owner company, you see it and you say, well, what are you going to do with it? And obviously you think about it and you get to it and you get the hang of that. So we started in June 2022. By August 2023, I asked my risk manager, I said, have you implemented this? He said no, because you said no. I said, well, let's do it. Yeah, so then our application was submitted in August 2023, followed by the pre-audit in August 2024, and our main audit was in November 2024. We had our audit this week. I survived. I'm standing here this morning. Finally, in December 2024, we are proudly achieved our full RTMS accreditation. Throughout this process, RTMS auditors were supportive, guiding us through our every stage with professionalism. It wasn't just about meeting requirements. It was about transforming how we think, plan, and execute our work. There's two. That's just want to say, I'll play with you. Wat ek net play daar.
The Road Transport Management System, or in short, RTMS, is a voluntary self-regulation program that helps road freight companies improve safety, efficiency, and driver well-being. The Western Cape Mobility Department is developing a digital RTMS toolkit to make it easier for companies, especially small to medium road transport operators, to meet our RTMS requirements. So to increase the awareness and accessible compliance tools, more operators can adopt best practices that benefit not only their businesses, but the entire logistics chain. Today, we are visiting one of those companies to hear how they've made RTMS work for them.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Dewald Teron. I'm the director of Mweza Trans. We are a proudly Western Cape-based company. We have a fleet of 25 trucks. It's registered at the RTMS network. RTMS stands for the Road Transport Management Systems. Since we implemented the RTMS and be compliant, we've seen some fuel savings. Accidents that declined drastically. So obviously, the less accidents you've got, the better premiums you get from your insurance. The impact we've got from the RTMS side to our drivers is the well-being of the drivers. They see that the company do take the safety at the heart, take the safety of our fellow users at the heart. Safety the next step, the family can also feel safe that they know that they do looked after. The RTMS system is the opportunity to professionalize ourselves in the industry, to be a leader in the industry for safety for our drivers, safety for our public, safety for the company as well, and the longevity. I would say to our members of the industry, don't wait. Profit line to bottom.
So that was just a small slide. Every audit brings lessons. Our most valuable takeaways included the importance of maintaining detailed real-time documentation, the value of leadership involvement at every level of compliance, the need for ongoing training. We also learned that collaborators accommodated our team's drive and willingness to learn. Reminder that compliance isn't achieved alone. Its compliance is not a checklist. Okay. This statement captures what RTMS means to us. The compliance is not an order to pass, it's a standard to live by. It guides our decision-making, shapes our training, and holds us accountable to one another. Through RTMS, we've learned that safety is not a task, it's a mindset. One that starts from leadership and extends through every driver and vehicle on the road. RTMS compliance has created a measurable improvement across our business operations. Since implementation, we've seen a reduction in unplanned maintenance incidents, improved on-time delivery performances, lower fuel consumption due to route and load optimization and enhanced driver retention and satisfaction. These outcomes reflect not just compliance, but continuous improvement. Our investment in monitoring, maintenance, and data-driven planning has reduced operational costs while improving road safety for everyone. At heart, our RTMS success is our people and our drivers. They are the daily ambassadors of our brand and the front line of safety. Through RTMS, we've implemented regular driver training and performance reviews, fatigue management systems, recognition programs for safety milestones, and open communication between management and drivers. As a result, driver morals and professionalism have grown significantly. One of our proudest achievements is that we've had 0 major injuries or fatalities in the past year. Proof that safety culture, when lived daily, truly saves life. Looking forward, Maweza Trans aims to extend our RTMS certification to all our subcontractors, ensuring that every partner operates under the same high standards that we uphold. RTMS has shown us that excellence isn't a destination, it's a continuous journey. Our future vision is to keep raising the bar, contributing to a safer and more sustainable transport industry for South Africa. In conclusion, our RTMS journey has been one of transformation, not just in compliance, but in mindset and in culture. We've built a competent, committed team that understands the importance of safety, responsibility, and professionalism. Our clients have greater trust knowing their cargo is handled with precision, accountability, and care. Maweza Trans stands as proof that when compliance, commitment, and collaboration come together, excellence follows. Together, we drive excellence through RTMS compliance. Thank you very much.
There we go. Thanks, Dewald. Excellent presentation. And I'm glad to see that adopting self-regulation has transformed your business. And I think it's going to be a lot of success in the future. So thank you for that. Right, next presentation, Mitchell Brooks from the Citrus Growers Association of South Africa is going to talk to us about some challenges in fruit exports and the potential impact of what PBS vehicles can do. Paul's going to quickly tell everybody what PBS is all about. So, Paul, I'll hand over to the two of you.
Thanks. We're going to talk very quickly, but can I have a quick Nachi? I'm quite...
No, that's...
Mitchell and I have been working a bit together for the last few months. Very exciting project, but we just felt that, you know, PBS, people talk about PBS and they just think of big trucks. And I don't know how many, I think most of you in the room are familiar with PBS. So we decided I'd just very quickly, I know we're a little bit behind time, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. But the regulations don't make sure that trucks are stable on the road. This goes back to the 1970s. And here, these are examples of this truck is below, it's traveling not very fast, 29 miles an hour or so, 28 miles per hour. It's quite slow, but look at it, it actually rolls over. So despite the regulations that we have around the world, it was found that, you know, many trucks are not stable and causing rollovers and crashes. So we started a pilot project in 2004 to look at how we could use PBS mainly to improve safety of trucks, but it does allow for high capacity vehicles. And this is the project looking at reduced road wear, reducing congestion, reduce queuing times, improve safety performance, productivity. And essentially what it is you model a truck very, very accurately, the tires, the suspension, the engine, everything, and it has to meet certain performance standards. So it's not about what the truck looks like, it's how it actually performs on the road in terms of stability, etc. I'm going through this super quick. So this example, I just need to point down. See, one of the things we measure is low speed off tracking. So that one, you can see that's just what we call a prescriptive vehicle. This is also a prescriptive vehicle, and it's 19 meters, but you can see the off tracking increases. The third one is a PBS vehicle. It's 20 meters long, so it's a bit longer, but it's been designed to minimize what we call the swept path. So you can see when it goes around the corner, it actually takes up less space. The fourth one is also a prescriptive vehicle in Australia. It's 25 meters long, but you can see the off-tracking is greatly increased. This is very important for longer trucks. It cuts into the lane. And then the last one is a 26-meter PBS vehicle, but it's also been designed for maximum swept path. So it actually, and we've got very good examples in South Africa of 30-meter trucks that are running on routes that have got this kind of better performance. Now the next one, I don't think it runs. No, I don't know what happened there, but oh no, it is running. So that's the first baseline vehicle in timber that was analyzed from a PBS point of view. You can see how unstable it is. And the one on this side is doing exactly the same maneuver. It's 27 meters long, but it's much more stable. So the PBS looks at slow speed performance and it looks at high speed performance. One of the biggest is the rollover, one of the biggest issues, and that is for any size truck. So this one, the baseline vehicle is the blue one, and you increase the speed until the lateral acceleration causes the truck to go over, and it's got to be a certain minimum lateral speed. So the PBS vehicle, which is 30 meters long, this happened to be for AB InBev, it passes this rollover test. Whereas the baseline vehicle, which is what they're using, a lot of trucks around there, completely failed this performance standard. We also look at roadwear. So there's very performance standards that look at roadwear to make sure the PBS vehicles are cause less road damage than standard trucks. So basically the idea is that you've got two pillars to allow high capacity vehicles on certain routes. The routes are approved, so it results in reduced fuel consumption, reduced emissions, reduced trucks on the road. The one pillar is the performance-based standards. It has to comply with all the performance-based standards. And the other pillar is RTMS certification. So we can't afford to have the fly-by-nights running these high-capacity vehicles. So the government basically decided the minimum requirement is RTMS certification, which allows an operator to apply to run these. And this is the growth over the last number of years. These are some examples of different PBS vehicles, even a PBS bus in Mbombela or Nelspruit. This is which will link to Mitchell's presentation in Namibia. It's a 30-meter rig for transporting frozen fish. And this is an example of the savings, 31% reduction in trips. We've had over 600 million kilometers measured to date. Fuel consumption savings, the crash savings is 40% less crashes of PBS vehicles. You may not believe that, but in Australia, where they've got now almost 30,000 PBS vehicles, their reduction in crashes is 55%. 55% lower crash rate of the PBS vehicles. And here's one of the PBS vehicles in Australia. No, this is in the port of Brisbane, where they use a very high capacity vehicle to transport empty containers around the port. But you can imagine the reduction in trips in the port. So that is my quick introduction to what PBS vehicles are. I want to hand over to Mitchell.
Dr. Paul, what is Father Christmas doing there, by the way?
So he's my friend Les Brewser, who's with the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator. He's like Mr. PBS Australia, and every year he gets a photo of himself in Father Christmas outfit in front of one of his PBS vehicles, and that was the one from last year.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Paul. That was a really great introduction to the theme of my talk today. Before I go on, I just want to say thank you to Corinne for inviting me through, and to Harry and to Dr. Paul. As Dr. Paul has said, we're on this, what we call in PBS, but I think smart truck is probably a more apt description about it. So it's really just exercising more load capacity onto vehicles, longer vehicles and more load weight. So just wait for my presentation to come up. You will see, ladies and gents, that I've brought this wonderful, colorful bag. There's some very interesting items that are inside here, very much citrus related. I'm going to put a challenge onto everybody to watch my presentation, stay off your phones and your computers. And at the end of it, I'm going to ask a question. The person that puts their hand up first is going to win this lovely hamper. And I promise you it's worth it. You have to answer the question first. Okay, maybe I can. I know we're quite behind on time, so I'm going to be very brief in terms of my presentation. What I'd like to do is really just inspire some thinking about smart truck application, particularly here in the Western Cape, because the smart truck application requires long run benefits, or has to have long run benefits to see the benefits of it. And when I look at the fruit-based business in the Western Cape, there's fruit that's grown right throughout the year. It's moved within the Western Cape province, so you're dealing in one province and potentially up into Namibia and also the Northern Cape, what Dr. Paul just showed as well. So in terms of introduction of these type of technologies, the Western Cape really is an actual province where I think the most likelihood of this application is yet to, or can be introduced. Not saying the other provinces won't be able to be introduced, but I do think the benefits of being within the province with support of the Western Cape Mobility Department, I think you've got a very good chance of getting those long run benefits on the smart truck situation. So maybe just to start off with, in terms of the journey that we've taken on PBS, I had a phone call a number of years ago in the citrus industry. I happened to be driving on the N11, and he explained to me, what is the proposition, what is the likelihood of transporters be able to transport 2 reefer containers from inland down to the port? And I kind of sensed this and I said, geez, this guy is smoking something. There's no way you're going to be able to transport 2 reefer containers behind a truck on the N3 down to Durban. So anyway, I left it at that. Then I started to Google applications like that. And I saw what was happening in Australia. Then I realized we actually have an application in South Africa. And mainly on the coal line between, say, in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, down to Richards Bay and Maputo. I started to go on that line. I would say more than half of those vehicles are actually smart trucks running at the moment. So the payload capacity is a lot higher. Then I started to think, hang on a second, why can't we use skeletal trailers to load containers? Can refrigerated trucks be in the same sort of setup? Then I found Dr. Paul. I had a discussion with Dr. Paul a few years ago, and he's now contracted with us. And we started to investigate what are the different designs that we could look at that could be fruit compatible. And I'm going to go through a couple of those designs when we get past the technical challenges. So from then, Dr. Paul and I went to meet Gert Smit, who I think is online today from GSS Logistics, and he's actually been instrumental in driving us to go out and investigate what the practicalities and possibilities are for moving fruit-based business. So thank you to him for motivating us. We then got in touch with Afrit Trailers. We got in touch with Paramount Trailers, Warren from Paramount and Monis are here today. If you guys want to have a chat about some of these applications, they can give you some detail behind it. In terms of the technical aspects, Dr. Paul is here to give you some guidance. And we've had a wonderful journey going to the different kind. I've had I had personal excursions in these facilities to go and have a look at how they manufacture trailers. And it's actually a wonderful, wonderful thing to do. We've also gone to Rail Runner to also guide them in terms of fruit-based trailers that they could introduce in our PBS application to run trucks onto trains. I'll show you that now as well. And I must be honest, it has been a very exciting journey, and everybody that's participated with us has been very forthcoming and very willing to help us to see us cross the line and hopefully at one stage actually get trucks running fruit-based business in the Western Cape and in South Africa in total. So we've taken a few of the designs that Paramount and Afrit have made for us, and we actually have already gone into done the registrations. So we actually want to show you that we can practically, in terms of what Dr. Paul has showed you, run fruit-based fruit into these different types of trucks. And we can actually show you that we have the applications and we've crossed the lines in terms of all the technical details, and we'll be there to help you if you want to do all the registrations and get you into manufacturing a trailer and actually start to run fruit along the South African corridors. Operational Reinhardt Transport online. And I didn't have the visual concept about the 2 containers going on a single trailer, but when I saw that, I phoned them immediately. I said, you guys have actually just now crossed the path. You made me so excited because I've been looking at this exact concept, and here's the concept now. But obviously for fruit-based business, we've got to realize that the trailer itself weighs, or the container weighs 4.5 tons. We've got an underslung genset and we've got to incorporate. So the trailer designs that Warren and Monis are doing for us, Afrit have incorporated that, and that's what we're doing a bit in terms of the trials to make sure that compatibility will be suitable to PBS and obviously the weight issues that come with that as well. It was Summers earlier this year. Right in front of you, sitting Mr. Ivan Meyer. Do you know that the Western Cape is the only province that doesn't support it today already, a couple of months later, and about to introduce PBS? So Mr. Ivan Meyer, MEC Ivan Meyer, thank you so much for that, and the MEC of Department of Transport, who I've also had a discussion with. So Western Cape, I think, is going to be open quite soon for this application. So just to show you who's been involved with us, not to cover it in too much detail, but there's our journey. You can see the photos as we've been moving along. These are the guys that are helping us in terms of reaching the goal of getting trailers brought into the fruit business. And thank you to the Western Cape government for being so receptive to this offering. So just quickly on the corridor side, in terms of citrus and fruit, we have a lot of fruit that's grown from KZN up into Limpopo, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and also Botswana. The Western Cape, we have Boland, Western Cape Interior, and Orange River that grows citrus. But obviously, you guys know in terms of fruit, it's a very, very condensed fruit-based area in terms of the Western Cape. We have some problems in our citrus industry because we're highly seasonal. So we maybe have some challenges on those long-run applications and benefits, because we'll be able to move in the citrus season. Then what do we do after that? So we've got to consider moving trucks between provinces to capture those seasons. So we might be able to move citrus, then out of the citrus season, come to the Western Cape to move deciduous. Or because we have such a high density of fruit in the Western Cape, these trucks could literally just stay in the Western Cape and Northern Cape and potentially into Namibia. And that's why I'm focusing on this particular area, because there's much more opportunity to actually get those long run benefits. If we look at our fruit industry, though, just on citrus, we've had one of the best years in terms of production. We had 203 million cartons exported. We had last season about 156 or 160 million cartons. That is a massive increase from one year to the next. We're in radical increase in production. We're going to go quite soon to 220 million cartons. You can see the different regions. It's growing exponentially across all the provinces, across all the corridors. And what that is going to mean to us is that we're going to have some complexity in our logistics chain. So this is just an example of the Northern Corridor, which is exporting to Durban, to give you an idea of how we have this massive seasonal peak that's now materializing from this year. If we look at the Vision 260 numbers, which go into 3 to 5 years' time, that is just going to escalate into those sort of numbers where we see 67 million cartons a week. It's incredible, that growth. And how are we going to manage that through the system? We're going to have a lot of demand on production material. Transportation demands are going to go exceed our available supply on transport. Cold storage is going to be tested. Reefer plug capacity in the ports are going to need to be looked at. Container equipment and shipping capacity. So in terms of today's theme, we're looking at how do we then start to bring in sustainable transport offering to our producers between rail and road transportation. This is where the smart truck application comes into it. Just looking at the truck demand on citrus. I won't talk too much about that. The bottom right in the green, you can see that we're moving about 4,300 trucks a week from inland down to the ports, all regions considered. Our growth is going to go to 6,300 truck demands. We take a zero base on rail. So if rail doesn't grow, we have to obviously take it on the road transport. We're going to have just over 2,000 additional truck trips a week that we're going to need to put through the system. And that's on all corridors, which I haven't shown you. So we've got a massive demand on transport coming in a very high density seasonal production phase. So this is just containers. We're moving 170,000 containers. We're going to go to 134,000 containers. So we've also got to look at how do we get more, maximize the capacity on the transportation of containers between the inlands down to the ports, where we're sitting at the moment very, very constrained on that. And obviously the rail is not taking its place at the moment. So we're looking at the road as an alternative. So just talking about the application, you can see Dr. Paul may cover what the process is, but we are as CGA going to take it into the review panel and then the phase right to manufacture. So we're hoping to get on board a transportation company that's entrenched in the fruit business, in alliance with some exporters and cold stores and farmers, to try and see where we can actually find the benefit. We want to find who's actually going to be able to be capable of assisting us in actually getting this as a trial. Once we see that the proof of concept actually works, I think it then starts to encourage other transporters to get into the space. So that's where we are at the moment. So just looking at some of the applications, these are the taut liners. This is running, a lot of these run on the N11 up to Johannesburg. I see them quite often running up. This is Goldfields Transport. This is a 22-meter 9-axle, so it's still the same as conventional. They're just running additional axle behind it. You can see the payload is 52 tons. I reckon we're going to be doing trials with Impact, by the way, in February, March, on a lot of these different types of concepts. You can run at least about 32 high-Q pallets. I think we're just obviously going to do trials, but if we look at the payload capacity, that's pretty much where it is. We're moving about 24 at the moment, so we can actually go from 24 on an interlink to about 32 based on our pallet tonnage. The next one is the 11-axle. So you're listening with two 12-meter trailers sitting with the interlinked with a dolly. This one also 52, but you can probably get a little bit higher in terms of its pallet capacity. And you can see the design that's been done on that. And these are also running at the moment between Durban and Johannesburg for Mr. Price, City Logistics. So just talking about the routing of these trucks, these particular taut liners, I think, are a little bit problematic because, as we know, trucks at the moment will go to any farm, go down to a port, to any cold store. So they're moving at different routes. The PBS application, you have to be on a fixed route. So you've got to go from point A to point B. You can't deviate from that unless you get permission. So it's highly complex. So the probability in terms of GSS Logistics, which is in Marble Hall, you could probably stay on the Marble Hall. All the growers on the Marble Hall are sitting on the N11. You could run down to Durban or perhaps down the N3. What would you bring back? Where would you take it? What route would you apply? That's where I think some of the complexity comes in on these particular applications. Not to say it's not going to be able to work, but I think it might be a little bit problematic. So also we've got to consider these would be good for citrus. Citrus moves in ambient trucks. Deciduous moves with refrigerated trucks. So we have a seasonal application on these trucks. So we've got to bear that in mind. So a little bit problematic on that front. If we look now at the 30-meter 11-axle 8-double, that's the picture that Dr. Paul showed now with two reef containers sitting on a truck in Namibia. We now also done the concept approvals for that. Looking pretty good, I must say, in terms of the correspondence that's come back. We've taken the application, we're looking at the 4.5 tons on the trailer, on the container, the diesel Bowser, the genset, all of that's taken into account, and it looks like we've pretty much just about to go forward on that. And you can run 40 pallets of citrus behind this truck through the road network. If we look at the routing of this, I think there's quite a lot of possibility here, because now you can move these trucks between any sort of season, but obviously it stays on the particular route. Johannesburg to Durban could be a good one. Messina to Durban, packing containers inland. We could see these close to Sundance River down to the Eastern Cape ports, the Western Cape, Orange River, Namibia. Namibia is part of the PVS application, by the way, so you can go all the way to Namibia, catch those table grapes out of in the deciduous season. So as I say, highly compatible with citrus and with deciduous. So these trailers could be moving wherever the season is, and you just obviously get the application of that particular route. And I think the Western Cape, as I said, offers much more potential on the long run benefits of these trailers. There are some complications the way I see it. So typically, when you're running a normal trailer, you're picking up a container at an empty depot, you're going up to the inland cold store, wherever that may be, you're banking your container and you're loading it, you're going back down to port, you're discharging it, you're going back. So you're kind of fixed in this triangular motion with the conventional trailer. If you have a look at the PBS application, the decoupling thing is something that we've got to try and fix, because you've obviously got to get into the container on the back of each side. Now you've got a dolly sitting behind the front trailer. You can bank the front trailer up, but now I believe there's complications on trying to reverse the dolly into the bay. So I think with my clever colleagues at Paramount and Afrid, I think we should be able to find a solution for that, so the decoupling doesn't become a problem. But if it is problematic, you could probably use these on long run basis. And as your truck goes into, say, Namibia, you could then take the containers off if you use a side shifter, put it onto some conventional trucks that stay in the area, and then reload your PBS truck and run it down to the port. That's an option. Or you could decouple between both areas, which is not very practical. You want this thing to move as fast as possible between inland to the port. So that's a bit of a tricky one we're going to have to solve. The other one we're going to have to solve, Dr. Paul and I are going down to the port tomorrow. I'm going to take him into the port. So we're going to go and see a few depots. We're going to Bellville, the Balcon facility, the MERS facility, to see what's happening there. We've obviously, if we're going to get these trailers into the ports, we're going to need to be able to access Marine Drive, and this is Cape Town Container Terminal, into the terminal, be able to deliver the two containers and then run out at the same time into Salt River and these sort of areas where the depots are sitting, and from the inland to go and load your containers. So those are some of the things we are looking at, Dr. Paul and myself, to find solutions that aren't problematic in terms of routing these containers. Looking at the reefer trucks, here's a 30-meter 11-axle. This is not having a basis overseas. This is 12-meter reefer trailers. So I know this is a purpose-built type of unit. They're not the conventional 50 meters that we know running at the moment. Payload 56 tons. We could probably get 40 to 48 pallets inside there. We're only running about 24 to 26 pallets. So don't bank on it. I just did a bit of a calculation based on the payload that the drawings that Paramount sent to us. The routing of this, obviously very compatible with citrus, compatible with all fruit kinds. And again, exactly like the container trailers, you could run citrus from inland down to the ports. By the way, we have a huge growth on these mandarins coming through, and these require refrigerated transportation. We're going to run out of refrigerated trucks at some point. I can tell you that right now. So we've got to find solutions where, in the particular where you see Senwes and Burgersfort, where that's grown, to run these trucks down to Durban and obviously go back inland to the inland areas. So there's a very good application there. Again, between the Western Cape and the North, there's a lot of fruit that moves from Senwes area down to Cape Town, likewise, fruit moving back, and interprovincial between Northern Cape and Western Cape, highly adaptable. So again, there's a lot of reason for us to believe that these trailers can get long-run potential or long-run benefits. Just talking about the rail runner, I don't know if you guys have heard about it. It's a wonderful concept. On paper as a concept, it's a very, very good application for the citrus industry. I've worked with Mark Daniels, myself, and the guys from Paramount to design a specific trailer that's going to be compatible for fruit. And I think they're just about to do something that's actually going to be compatible with road and rail applications. And just to show you that what actually happens is the actual truck itself gets hooked on between two bogies and hooked onto a train, and those trailers are moved from inland down to the port. There you can see the trailer in the 3D that we're currently looking at designing. So it's compatible with the road, it's compatible with PBS, and it actually gets onto the train as well. So wonderful idea. We have to wait for Mark to actually go through with the proof of concept before we can do any applications, but this is a wonderful model that we've been working with to bring into the industry as well. So I think just in a nutshell, so I definitely think the RTMS and PBS go hand in hand. You can see that now quite clearly. So you've got to understand the parameters, understand the compliance requirements, call on CJ and Dr. Nordigan. He's contracted us. We're willing to help you guys to go through with the proof of concepts, which we're doing at the moment. So any application, maybe we can help you to get all of those applications done, make it as easy as possible. National DOT, I'm Shlali's here. Wonderful to see you. Glad you made it. Provincial DOT, Karina, team from the Western Cape Mobility Department, more than willing to help you guys on this. They've been very forthcoming in other provinces, and I'm sure the Western Cape will be there as well. Obviously, preferential geographical runs, so you've got to find the practical ways where these applications can be made, and there's no room for mistakes. You don't want to go and build trailers and find that you now have complications. We want to make sure that when you build trailers, the investment's going to be a long-term investment and you'll be able to transport over a long period of time. So once again, looking at the applications, I think looking at the Western Cape, I've been up to N7, N11, N2. I've been into Namibia. These roads are fantastic. So for PBS applications on the long run basis, the Western Cape is definitely primed for this application in the fruit business. And I'm surprised to see, Corinne, that the mineral base that you show there is actually so much higher than fruit. I thought fruit was actually the main commodity here, but it might be interprovincial cargo, if I'm not right. Yeah, that's right. So take home message. Corinne, I think we should be able to look at going forward if we successfully see implementation of some of these trailers. Now, this is a 36-meter trailer. Obviously, you know you're confined to 30 meters. The Western Cape, I see potential to run this type of concept where you're starting to really stretch the boundaries, but really within the parameters between Namibia and Orange River down to Cape Town to run your conventional 50-meter hookup with a dolly in between either a double axle or triple axle. So these are some of the things that are happening in Australia, and we maybe over time, I'm hoping we will see this type of application come into the fruit industry in the Western Cape. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. And thank you. Oh, there's a question, sorry. So I put up a slide on the number of truck demand that's going to come. If the bottom right-hand side, there was a demand on number of trucks. Whoa. No, what was the demand between the now and the future? 2,000. Okay, hang on. We needed to have a hand, John. What are you, John? I can't hear you, man. No. The difference between the current and the demand, what's the difference?
Over 2,000.
There you go. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Enjoy, by the way. There's some really nice streets in here. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mitchell. Great presentation. And I think to see the Citrus Growers Association really putting in so much effort for their sector and what it can do. So if anybody here is in the transporting of citrus, please reach out to Mitchell. Make sure your RTMS accreditation is in place, because the advantages of PBS, I think, in that sector is going to be massive. We've seen it in KZN as far as sugarcane is concerned, as far as timber is concerned. It's changed and transformed the sectors in KZN and in Mpumalanga. It's made a huge impact. And when the sectors and when the associations get involved and really support the transporters, the benefits to the sector and to everybody is absolutely massive. Right, now we're going to take a break. Thanks for your time and attention. I hope you have found the morning session informative. I hope some people are seriously considering the RTMS journey. We're going to cut it down, try and be back in 10 minutes time. If you don't mind, we're a little bit behind schedule, so a quick break and we'll get started at 11:30. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody. There we go. Okay, great. All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the break. We're going to push on. We got quite a couple of presentations still to get through. So up is our next case study. Willem Venter, operational manager from Pool Transport, is going to come and do a RTMS case study. Where is your business? Has been in operation for 7 years. So this is going to be an easy one. Over to you.
You haven't, so the beard is not grey enough yet. Yeah, okay, thank you very much for being here. We're just gonna go over the pool transport perspective and opinion around RTMS, and we're going to explore a bit the transformational effect of the RTMS business. And you're going to have to excuse me for reading most of it, because I can like to speak my two tails very deliciously. So I'm going to read most of it, so excuse me for that. So yeah, pool transport has been in business for 70 years now. We're very proud of it. It's a family-owned business, and from humble beginnings, it really exploded, and we are countrywide now, having 4 depots in Cape Town, in PE, in Benoni, Johannesburg, and also now with the head office in Worcester. So I'm going to give you about a bit of an insight in how are we driving the compliance, safety, and sustainability. So at Pool Transport, the implementation of a road transport management system followed structured strategy designed to guide the company from initial assessment to full accreditation. So by the way, we have been accredited since 2019 for RTMS system. So we do have some experience in the RTMS field. The process began with a baseline audit to evaluate current compliance levels, followed by a gap analysis to identify area requirements improvements. Corrective actions were then implemented to address the deficiencies, culminating in the verification process to confirm readiness for accreditation. The strategy emphasizes the importance of internal leadership, with RTMS champion appointed to drive the initiative across departments. Cross-functional teams are formed to ensure comprehensive engagement and accountability. Stakeholders engagement is a critical component involving consignees and subcontractors to foster a culture of shared responsibility. This strategy not only enhances compliance, but also builds operational resilience, trust among stakeholders, laying the foundation for sustainable improvements in the road transport industry. At Pool Transport, the RTMS system builds on 4 key components: the collective enhance safety, efficiency, and compliance in the road freight industry. Vehicle loading control, ensure that truck adhere to axle load limits, reduce road damage and accident risk. Driver wellness and training focus on improvement, driver health, reducing fatigue, and enhance performance through the structured program. Vehicle maintenance and inspections to maintain roadworthiness and prevent breakdowns. Lastly, digital integration and monitoring, leverage telematics and predictive analytics to enable real-time tracking, route optimization, and proactive safety management. So, as previously said as well, a lot of things are repetitive at this stage, but so it's actually clear that we are preaching to the converted here. And but something that is the positive of that is that everybody is aligned. Everybody here, everybody that has bought into the RTMS system is aligned with all the benefits, but also the challenges that we're facing. The road freight transport road freight transport remains a cornerstone of the economic functionality, aptly captured by Londono Kent in 2009. And I quote, "Where is the economy going? Follow that truck," end of quote. The South Africa road freight industry is a critical component of this national economy, responsible for transporting 85% of the GDP. That's not by volume, the 61% we had earlier, that's by value. It's 80% of the country's GDP. However, the sector faces numerous challenges, including rising fuel costs, safety risk, and regulatory non-compliance. The National Road Traffic Act, Road Transport Management System, the administration, adjudication of road traffic offence, the R2, and the National Bargaining Council for the road freight and logistics industry form the background of regulatory environment. Despite these frameworks, enforcement remains inconsistent and corruption undermines the effectiveness. The voluntary nature of the RTMS has led to an uneven adoption, particularly among small and medium-sized enterprises that lack the resources and or see the value of the compliance. Load auction platforms further aggravated this by putting no value on road safety and compliance and only considered pricing. This has resulted in disparities in safety and operational standards, contributing to road accidents. However, the strategic need for voluntary compliance frameworks like the RTMS system is clearly evident. But ensuring that the entire road freight industry operates from the same compliance baseline is imperative to improve road safety, operational efficiency, and industry competitiveness. The background sets the stage for understanding the importance of the RTMS transforming the road freight sector into a safer and more sustainable industry. The South African road freight industry grapples with significant compliance challenges that poses risks to road safety and operational efficiency. The key pain points include vehicle overloading, driver fatigue, maintenance deficiencies, and inconsistent enforcement and regulation. These issues are exacerbated by systematic corruptions and fragmented enforcement regime, which allow non-compliance operators to evade penalties through bribery and manipulation. The lack of uniform enforcement contributes to a culture of non-compliance. However, the challenges also present an opportunity. RTMS aligns with national objectives to enhance road safety and logistical efficiency. By adopting RTMS accountability, the framework can encourage proactive maintenance, driver wellness, and operations monitoring, leading to reduced incidents and improved service reliability. The strategic alignment of RTMS underscores a potential as a transformative tool. Embracing RTMS not only address compliance issues, but also positions the companies for long-term sustainability and competitiveness in a demanding environment. So now going into the middle of the nuts and bolts of it. At Paul Transport, our journey towards operational excellence truly accelerated when adopted the road transport management system. This system became the foundation of the operation, managing risk and ensuring compliance. We've built a structured, data-driven approach to road safety, vehicle maintenance, and driver performance. In short, RTMS helped us shift from managing problems after they occur to preventing them before they happen, aligning our operations with national safety standards. The core words, compliance, safety, and sustainability. Compliance ensure that every vehicle, driver, and operation safety is about protecting our people, our cargo, and our road users through proper loading, disciplined driving, and a scheduled maintenance. Sustainability goes beyond the environment. It includes the long-term efficiency and reliability of the business. At Paul Transport, we've aligned these objectives with measurable targets, such as reducing preventable incidents, improving fuel efficiency, and maintaining fleet maintenance compliance. To put our RTMS journey in context, it is important to understand the broader South African freight landscape. The road freight industry operates under a complex network of legislation, including the National Road Traffic Act, the National Road Safety Strategy, and the NBC RFLI, standards for labor and safety. RTMS plays a crucial role as a voluntary self-regulating framework to bridge the gap between compliance on paper and compliance in practice. It encourages operators to take ownership of their own performance rather than waiting to be enforced. In this way, RTMS supports national objectives by improving road safety, reducing overloading, and ensuring that our transport activities contribute to a safer and more sustainable logistics system. Finally, the case study highlights the measurable impact that RTMS has had on pool transport. Since implementation, we have seen a clear improvement in operational efficiency and safety performance. For example, our vehicle downtime has reduced, our maintenance compliance is consistently high, and driver accountability has improved through the use of telematics and training. The result is not just a fewer incidents on the road, but also a better customer confidence and a stronger financial sustainability. The transformation demonstrates that RTMS is far more than just a certificate. It's a continuous improvement journey that strengthens our people, our process, and our performance. The compliance hierarchy in the road freight and logistics sector is structured around three critical pillars: legal regularity, requirements, operational certification, and insurance coverage. Together, these three pillars form a comprehensive compliance framework that supports sustainable, safe, and efficient operations in the transport industry. They are interdependent, with each layer reinforcing the others to create a resilient and a legal sound business structure. The complexity and resource-intensive requirements to remain compliant must be kept in mind when we address some of the challenges later in the presentation. Looking at the operational model, the implementation of the RTMS at Pool Transport led to significant improvements in key performance metrics across Pool Transport's operations. Notably, outcomes include measurable reduction in road incidents attributed to enhanced driver training, vehicle maintenance, and load compliance. Fuel economy has improved due to optimized routing and reduced idling and driver training, resulting in cost saving and a lower environmental impact. Compliance with axle load limits has increased, reduced road wear, and enhanced safety. Maintenance costs have shown downward trend driven by preventative maintenance and predictive analytics. These improvements are supported by data from the telematics system and system dashboards, which provide real-time insight into operational performance. The data underscores the value of structured compliance frameworks in achieving operational excellence. These results not only validate the effectiveness of the RTMS, but also demonstrate the potential as a strategic tool for enhancing competitiveness and sustainability. The operational model under the RTMS framework is designed to ensure continuous compliance and performance improvements through the structured feedback loop. The process begins in the vehicle dispatch, followed by real-time monitoring using telematics and digital tools. Compliance is assessed at various checkpoints, including load verification, driver behavior, and vehicle conditions. Feedback mechanisms are integral to the model, enabling time intervention and corrective action. The model is seemingly integrated with internal standards, operating procedures, balance scorecard, performance indicators, coordinating with consignors and consignees. The collaborative approach enhances transport and fosters a culture of continuous improvement. The model supports proactive decision-making, reduce risk, and improve service reliability. By embedding RTMS principles into an operational fabric, companies can achieve higher levels of efficiency, safety, customer satisfaction, position themselves as a leader in the competitive logistics industry. The financial and operational impact of RTMS implementation has the financial and operational impact of RTMS implementation has been substantial, offering a compelling case for its adoption. A cost-benefit analysis reveals that the investment in compliance infrastructure is offset by reduction in downtime, maintenance expenses, and incident-related costs. The return on investment from RTMS accreditation is evident in improved fleet reliability, which enhanced service delivery and customer satisfaction. Operational efficiency has increased through better route planning, driver performance monitoring, and vehicle utilization. These improvements contribute to a higher asset productivity and lower total cost of ownership. Additionally, RTMS certified companies gain a competitive edge in securing contracts as clients increasingly prioritize safety and compliance. The work also supports long-term sustainability by reducing environmental impact and promoting responsible business practices. Overall, RTMS serves as a strategic enabler of financial resilience and operational excellence, reinforcing the company's position in challenging economic landscape and aligning with national goals for road safety and logistics efficiency. Sorry, skip the slide there for you. So looking into the future and with lessons learned and what Pool Transport looking at as continuous improvement and how we can maintain the successes we've already seen to the RTMS. To support continuous improvement in RTMS implementation, companies can adopt a strategic collaborative model that builds existing partnerships, expanding their scope, strengthening alliance with original equipment manufacturers, logistic clients, and regulatory bodies, enable ongoing excellent exchange, peer audits, and targeted training, especially beneficial for SMEs with limited resources. By establishing a dual accreditation model with tiered accreditation, where larger RTMS certified operators can mentor subcontractors more effectively, fostering inclusive compliance and raising industry standards. Active participation in the RTMS network allows the company to contribute value operational data, information, evidence-based policy, and enforcement strategies. Furthermore, embracing Industry 4.0 technologies for real-time monitoring and predictive maintenance can drive innovation and operational excellence. Aligning these efforts with national framework like the NRSS and NatMap 2050 ensures that company not only improve its own performance, but also plays a pivotal role in sustainability transformation in South African road freight sector. Looking ahead, the company should plan to expand RTMS implementation to include subcontractors and secondary fleets, leveraging the dual accreditation model to foster inclusive compliance. These initiatives aim to institutionalize best practices, enhance transparency, and support continuous improvement across the sector. Pool Transport advocate for industry collaboration and public and private partnerships, using RTMS as a national standard, supported by incentives and capacity building measures. Embracing digital technologies and data-driven decision-making will further strengthen compliance and operational resilience. In closing, the RTMS is not just compliance, it's a culture transformation encapsulate the vision for safer, more efficient and a sustainable road freight industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Willem. I'm glad to see with the implementation of RTMS that Pool Trans is now utilizing this to start educating subcontractors and just passing that knowledge on to further grow the sectors, which is really good to see. Next up, Alan Scott Anderson, General Manager at Zolobex, one of the RTMS accreditation bodies, have a quick chat to us about key challenges on audits. All yours.
Was supposed to be this morning, but afternoon, everyone. Been told to keep it short and sweet, so we'll just jump straight into it. Zolibic's compliance auditing made simple. Like we heard a couple of times this morning already, the big thing is don't just look at this as a certification, look at it as a culture within your business and how you must run your business and actually make those changes. The only way that those changes are going to happen, we've heard from one or two people already where they like, no, why haven't you done RTMS yet? Because I said no. So you'll find out as soon as you start doing RTMS why you can save money. It doesn't sound like it, but there's definitely a money saving aspect within the structure. Although it might cost you a couple of rand to become certified, there's a reason for it if you actually follow the structure. Transformation. Maintenance records aren't just kept for audits, actually to plan downtime. So the word downtime might be seen as a negative context where people are breaking down, but it actually, you plan your downtime for when your vehicle goes in for maintenance. What we have noticed with a couple of the 1 to 5 operators, they tend to service the truck tractor, but the trailer tends to get forgotten. So it's a key point in part of your business. If you don't have a trailer, your business is standing. Get your drivers to understand why fatigue management is an issue. Like everyone in the room here, you don't just want to be told what to do. You want to understand why you must do it. And for many years, drivers have been seen as, I'm just going to say it how it's coming out of my head, inferior. You're just a driver. Just shut up and do what you're told. Just go. If the guy's tired, the guy's tired. He's gonna take your asset and make an accident, put it in the bush. Well, they are human beings, not machines. Fleet controllers. If you have proper fleet controllers with good systems to manage, they can actually catch incidences before they become a problem. How to get involved with RTMS, firstly, is like some of our bigger suppliers that are in the room. I hope to say that most of you, or if not all of you, are driving your subcontractors to be RTMS certified and live by that culture, because that way there we can drive safer roads. Volumes need to be pushed. They just grab the next truck on the road and they let them go. And at the end of the day, it's not that subcontractor's name, it's yours, was issued to you. The resistance in RTMS, why we're not doing RTMS, it's costing us too much money and we're not going to realize the benefit soon enough. Besides the 1 or 2 case studies we've heard in the room already, there's other case studies of KZN companies where they thought they were running a very sweet operation, but as soon as they put it in place, within 2 months, they literally saved their whole RTMS audit just on tire maintenance. They realized they were having blowouts after blowout after blowout. And the blowout is not just an inconvenience for other road users because of debris lying on the road, but it's your client. You're not delivering the goods to your client at the end of the day. You've got to wait for a mechanic from, and I think those of you that have had blowouts, you can stand for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours if you're in a remote location. Engagement, even if you've got multiple depots and you don't know where to start at one depot. One depot is better than nothing. As soon as you can actually see the benefit, roll it out to the rest of your business. And as I said, you need to live it as a culture, and culture is going to be top down, bottom up, whichever way you want to see how your business is operating. The whole business needs to run RTMS. Ownership of the RTMS has got to be business. The whole business has got to run it. Some people want to say, no, it's just the owner of the business. I think most owners just want to see that return on investment, which is a bit sad, but if they protect their asset, the return on investment will be so much greater. And then obviously integration within your business, you're gonna get benefits from other businesses. This is just a couple of I'm not going to read them out. There's a couple of words from previous clients that we have met. This is what they are thinking is the benefits of RTMS. And just one client that I was part of the audit this week, they just said their uptime has actually given them a greater return, although their contract that they're running has actually reduced from 5 trucks to 4 trucks. Their financial benefit has actually been better. So there's other returns on investment that you can have within this structure. As I've mentioned already, leadership drives success. RTMS needs to be a commitment, and culture is your commitment type of thing. If you're gonna want to run a good, clean operation, you want your driver to be that face for you on the street. So you want your truck to be in good condition, and it actually helps everybody. Culture beats compliance. Data management. That's the next thing. A lot of us collect the data. The data means nothing if we don't do anything with it. Couple of weeks ago, we also, I know I've got all the data. Okay, cool. Where's analytics? What have you done with this? And then you end up spending another day or sort of slow down, actually show them where the operations. Like, yeah, but you can run one much better if you just slow down for half a day and actually just see what you're actually dealing with and what data you've got is actually, it's crazy how people just don't look at the data. It's so imperative to grow your business. And if we, as mentioned earlier, if we can get one operator that's not RTMS already in the fleet, or even if you can get a subcontractor onto RTMS, that helps us all at the end of the day, because I don't think there's anybody here that doesn't drive around South African roads and the near misses you have. Coming back from Namibia yesterday, I nearly got taken out by not a truck. I want to call him an idiot, but he was just driving like an idiot in a work bakkie. So I got the works details, and I'm one of those guys that I will find your job and I will send a picture of your bakkie. So yeah, it's just, I think if as much as we want to run compliance, if your bosses don't know that your vehicle is driving so poorly on the road, they can't do anything about it. So if they know it's broken, then they've got opportunity to fix it, I think. Okay, before RTMS, people are complaining about competing on prices, limited differentiation, reactive problem solvings, difficulty assessing premium contracts. Afterwards, if they actually live the process, sometimes obviously you'll never stop competing on price. That's we've seen a major upturn in the last quarter or so, with people actually asking, how can we become RTMS certified? Where do we start? How do we start? And as a certification body, you can't push them and sort of be a consultant with them, but you can push them in the right direction and say, listen, go look there, and get the policies and procedures, and then you put a consultant with them if that's what they wish, and you get the process going. And the major thing is being proactive on the risk assessment. It just helps improve your fleet uptime. As different maintenance is a major one. One of my guys I was talking to said, no, he wants maintenance to be its own pillar. It's in a pillar, but it is it's almost so worthy of having its own pillar, because maintenance of your tires, maintenance of your truck, maintenance of your trailer, your electrics, your fire extinguishers, your cranes, anything and everything that's going on that vehicle has to have maintenance. Obviously, we all know that a trailer doesn't get serviced maybe as much as a truck tractor, but it's still got to get serviced, whatever the company deems fit as regular intervals, but to comply with the National Road Traffic Act. Okay, so obviously to get started with RTMS, as the converted would know, you've got to get SANS 1395 from the SABS website. Use the toolkit, which is now provided by our Department of Mobility. If you don't have access to that, then you need to try and find other tools to actually help you get certified or get to that point where you can be certified. Then implement the minimum requirements at least. But minimum, I don't know, I think I see that as a minimum entry is not really good enough. We need to actually shoot for higher. I get the fact that we want minimum just so you can get your RTMS, but you want more. See how sweet and done.
Thanks, Alan. Exactly what to do. The message is nice and clear, so I appreciate that. Next up, New Era Commerce case study. Officer Chabe Pukune is going to be on behalf of New Era Commerce. Did they throw you under the bus at the last minute? Oh. All yours.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. How are you guys? The room has been very quiet. Are you guys good? Good, thank you. No, I was not thrown under the bus. I was the main speaker initially. I'm not alone. I'm Maschaba Pokwane. I'm with my team, Mandla, Matimba, and JB. And we have been sent by the company just to come and represent. So thank you so much to the RTMS team and everyone who is a sponsor for actually giving us an opportunity to come and present ourselves and just to give an overview of how RTMS has been able to empower. I think that was a word chosen this morning, how RTMS has been able to empower our company and our operations after we have implemented it. As I have said, without too much rambling, I'm just going to share what our vision is. Our vision as New Era Commerce. Number one, New Era Commerce, I think it's very important to highlight, is a Black-owned business. And we are based in the Western Cape, down Vredendal side. And our vision is to transform logistics through innovative and co-effective solutions. And our mission is to make sure that we deliver smooth logistics solutions that cater to the demands of the contemporary business. Without speaking too much on who we are and what we do, I'll just play you guys a video just to give you guys an overview of what New Era is all about.
New Era Commerce operates a fleet of smart side tipper haulage trucks, also known as road trains. This fleet of trucks runs as the core ore transportation solution along the 60 kilometers network between the Marquesans mining site, Brandsabai, and Mineral Separation Plant MSP. The primary solution presented by New Era Commerce at the mining site in the Western Cape operation initiates with a primary service that sees New Era Commerce operate front-end loaders, FEL, that are simultaneously operated by the same truck drivers to load the truck. This multi-skilling principle presents value addition for the colleagues and the corporations, ensuring operational efficiency in the project, and birthing a full-circle service, handling the mine ore from loading at Brandse Bayi to offloading 60 kilometers away at the mineral separation plant. The new era road trains comply with the highest operational protocols rubber stamped by the International Organization for Standardization and regulated by industry bodies in the order of the Road Traffic Management Systems (RTMS). The smart trucks are equipped with flagship technologies such as onboard weighing solutions, live tracking, driver monitoring equipment, and tire pressure management solutions, which present self-inflating tire solutions (SIT). The service provided by New Era Commerce operates a full cycle solution from loading, hauling to dumping, with the highest standards and solution management systems, rolling out an uncompromising focus on operating a safe, reliable and responsible fleet. Each journey is meticulously planned and executed, ensuring that every step of the process, from loading to unloading, adheres to stringent safety and quality standards. This dedication to excellence not only enhances the productivity of the mining operations, but also significantly reduces the environmental impact of transportation activities. The integration of advanced technologies in the fleet allows for real-time data collection and analysis, enabling proactive maintenance and swift responses to any potential issues. This forward-thinking approach helps to minimize downtime and maintain a seamless flow of materials, thereby optimizing the overall efficiency of the mining supply chain. New Era Commerce is committed to sustainability and actively seeks to reduce its carbon footprint. By utilizing energy-efficient vehicles and implementing eco-friendly practices throughout the operation, the company strives to contribute positively to the environment, while supporting the realization of the mining targets and feeding into the economic growth of the region. In essence, New Era Commerce's innovative approach to ore transportation not only sets a benchmark in operational excellence, but also serves as a model for other industries seeking to balance productivity with responsibility. Through our unwavering commitment to quality, safety, and sustainability, we continue to pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable logistical future in the mining sector in South Africa.
Thank you. I hope that summarizes what we actually do. Fun fact, we are actually the first company that was given a permit to operate the road trains that you just saw there in the Western Cape. And I think we were afforded the permit by the Department of the Western Cape Department of Mobility. And thank you so much. I know that I think it was said earlier on that it has been a struggle for Western Cape to actually accept PBSs, but we are getting there. We are getting there. Okay. Without further ado, I'm just going to continue. Oh, am I doing the right thing or the wrong? Next slide. All right, thank you. All right. I think I've already summarized the slide. So our comprehensive solution as New Era is leading the development of PBS or smart trucks. Since these vehicles exceed legal limits for mass and regulations, they operate under a specific exemption permit, which is under Section 81, and they implement is supported by the RTMS services and principles. And that is what RTMS has also afforded us, I guess. All right, so I've been told today to just speak on the perks of RTMS. Ever since we've been RTMS certified, what has that helped us within our business with? What has it helped us with? And I'm gonna just start with has very high safety standards. And that is just one value that it has been able to help us incorporate within our operations. And with that, we've been able to reduce incidences over our entire operations. We have been able to operate very safely on the roads as well, which benefits not just only but also all other rules. I think just having that RTMS badge on your vehicles, automatically you do gain some industry trust, because there's some reliability and credibility that comes with it. So if you are RTMS certified, you then know that within the logistics sector, it speaks volumes for you. And in terms of workforce protection as well, we've been able to at least prioritize the safety and the safeguard of our employee. It has boosted our reputation within the space. So I think this speaks to just the brand, how our brand has been able to build with us being under RTMS and also just maintaining those standards within. Secondly, moving into speed and fatigue management technology. So we do have a 24-hour control room that does look us. That also helps us to just make sure that we know where our trucks are at what time, at what particular area. As well as many other systems that we have put in place. We do have cameras on our vehicles. We do have an AI mobile system that also helps us to monitor fatigue as well. So what that system does, it's able to monitor the fatigue of the operator inside the vehicle by just inspecting or looking into the pupil dilation of the operator. So that also just helps us a lot to make sure that we manage our fatigue very well. Okay, there is just a picture of our control room as well as some of the systems that we do use. And then in terms of speed and fatigue management as well, we do have another system that we use, RTMS, which makes sure that we get alerts if there is an overspeeding driver. We do get alerts if there's been any other accidents or an incident. It does alert us. There's also panic buttons that drivers can actually use on that particular device, just to alert us of anything that might be happening on the truck. So what you see here, I'm not sure if it's clear, is just a presentation of the population between RMS population as well as new era commerce data. So the blue line reflects where new era is and the gray line reflects where the entire RMS population is. And within the period of 2024 and 2025, you can see that in terms of distance index, speeding and fatigue index as well, New Era has been operating just below the group average within the RMS population. And that is the standard that we wish to keep even in the foreseeable future. All right, so I had already, I'm not sure what's happening with that slide. I'm not sure what happened, but in terms of the labeling there on top. But the purpose of the slide is just to show you how we have decreased as well in terms of insurance claims. So that is one of the benefits that we've actually received from making sure that we stick to the RTMS standards. Initially, in the year 2022, you can guess, before that, it was bigger than that. So 2022, the pie was a bit, or the piece of the pie was a bit big. I think our, I just can't see here, but it was around 700,000. Yeah, 783,000 claims because of incidences that have been happening. And then in the year 2024, we moved to 93. Or 2023, we moved to 134, and then in 2024, we moved to 93,000. So there has been traceable change within our company and within our operations in terms of incidences, and that is simply because of these particular standards that we are incorporating within our operations. When it comes to driver wellness, it is a very huge priority for us to make sure that our drivers are well taken care of. We maintain a work-life balance within New Era, and we make sure that both professional success and personal fulfillment is met. So what we have done is to make sure that we have an environment that is supportive, be it your health, be it your own development as an individual. We take good care of that. And that will obviously be assisted by the medicals that we've spoken about. So we do know which particular driver has which particular condition, and we try to make sure that they follow a certain lifestyle just to make sure that they remain healthy. Yeah, just to make sure that the culture promotes understanding, adaptability, and we aim to make sure that we define work-life balance in the logistics industry. And then our second point is accurate payloads. I think this point was also touched on. This speaks to the underloading and overloading of trucks. We did have a couple of issues in the beginning when we started loading. That was way before RTMS was actually introduced into our system. But now I think the team is doing a great job, and there is an onboard weighing system that we do have that also does help us to make sure the amount, the quantity of the amount inside the truck, and that helps us a great deal. It prevents breakdowns because we will not have any truck that is overloaded. It prevents overloads, obviously, and also preserves our road networks as well. Then just graphs just to show you that in 2023, I just wish that we had actually gone back to show you guys the times where we started. But now where we are, what you will see on this graph is the blue line is what is overloaded. The orange line is the loads that were done, and the green line is the payload. So with this graph in 2023, overloads were none. We didn't have any overloads at all. This also moves to 2024. We maintained the same wavelength, and I'm hoping that 2025 will also obviously give us the same results. So the benefits of the onboard weighing system that we do have, it is proactive, it is a proactive fleet management. So fleet managers have the capability to oversee the loads from a distance and receive instant notifications regarding any potential problems on the vehicle. It assists us to maintain compliance. It ensures that we adhere to the Road Traffic Act as well as other regulations, holding operators accountable for the safety of their load. And number three, it is cost saving. I think that's a big one for most businesses. By showcasing a solid safety and compliance record, Load Tech, which is the system that we do use actually, but I will further go into it in the next slides, presents opportunities to lower expenses related to fines, fuel, maintenance, and rising insurance premiums. The other point is vehicle maintenance. I think with this one, we used to battle a lot, but yeah, we have been able to actually grow and get a hold of it. So initially we did terms of keeping record of services. It was very shaky, but we are now able to actually have a proper record of when our trucks are meant to be serviced, and we do get notifications from our OEM 200 kilometers in advance so that we can prepare for the services. With us being able to actually get a grip of this has helped us to save a lot of money, because initially trucks would not be serviced on time. We would go into a breakdown, time would have been lost in that time, and money would have also been lost in that period. But now, since we are able to actually have records and pre-plan for our services, things have been running quite smooth. Okay, so what we now prioritize is preventative maintenance. We prioritize maintenance record keeping. We prioritize daily inspections, which helps us to know the condition of the truck at every single point. Our vehicle maintenance is done by our OEMs, which would be a Volvo or whatever specific brand that we do have within the operation. But we do have a workshop that does also assist us with minor repairs like light replacements, greasing, truck wash, and the likes. Then when it comes to tire maintenance or tire management, so this is the system that I wanted to speak about. We do have a low-tech system that is a self-inflating system. So what the system does is that it helps maintain the tire pressure at all times. Even when we do have a puncture, the pipes that are installed on the tires helps us to at least maintain the pressure until the truck does get to a secured place where we are able to actually attend to that tire. And that is one of the innovative technologies that we have included in our business, just to make sure that we are on par in terms of tire management. This has reduced wear and tear over time, and it has enhanced energy efficiency. We have also incorporated routine inspections, that is your tire surveys, that do help us to actually know the conditions of the tires. Oh, sorry. So that we get on the road. And what this has done is that it has improved tire lifespan, and it has assisted in a smoother and safer driving experience for our operators or our drivers. I do have one last video to play for you guys, just to show you some of the work that we do within the refrigerator space. Yeah. Enjoy.
My name is Frida Solomon. I'm a professional driver for EC. I'm looking of new era comments. I'm driving a little bit for coach. The first time when I drive the truck, my mom did not believe or I'm driving this truck. They surprised when I showed the mom, I take the pic. Then I showed mom I'm driving this truck. They say, hi, you are lying. So one of the day, I tell my mom, come and see me here. I pass where I'm going to the clover. Then they come and see me, and I get inside of the clover, going to the clover. Then they be surprised. So she's proud about me. I was 25 years, I was working on the logistic. So I was a kitchen license. So the other time, the other guy, they give me that truck. They say, can I get inside of the truck? I want to steal that truck. Say, they say to me, okay, so I can get in. And I get in and look at the bike. They say, one day I'll drive this truck. But then they show me. Then I drive inside of the yard. The land, I was so surprised when I'm getting out of the truck, they get me. I did not voting. So when I'm getting inside of the truck, they look at the phone, they say, wow, you see driving this truck. But anyway, I like to drive in new era. There's a lot of, I don't have a problem with the new era. My dream is one day, I want to see one day I buy my own truck or I open my own business. One top. On top. And look at the small car down there. I think comfortable.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So it's great to see when the RTMS matures that a company like New Era is now starting to look at preventative maintenance. And now the focus has turned from overloading, which has been taken care of, to underloading. How do we get the payloads better so we can make our company more efficient? So when you've got the basics sorted out, it allows you to start expanding in other areas that can make your business better, which is really good to see. Thank you very much. Right. Next presentation. Dana Kluter is going to, from Assistant Director Freight, Western Cape Mobility, he's going to talk to us about the Western Cape Freight demand model and the impact of RTMS on one of those scenarios. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, afternoon. I was yesterday still in the morning. I don't know if I should give myself a whole introduction because Deval did that in that video that he played earlier on the RTMS video. But just for formality, my name is Dana Kluter. I'll be talking to you about the RTMS adoption inside the Western Cape. So these are just a few areas that I'll be covering. And before I do cover them, I also just want to give some acknowledgement and thanks to the GAIN team that provided some assistance with the data and the literature that I'll be presenting to you today. So it's quite valuable for that. And then also just the fantastic management that I'm working with under Corinne Gallant that presented first this morning, and my amazing team, Thelma and Katlejo, that was at the reception. Thanks. So just looking at the need for an increased adoption and for road safety compliance firstly. So these were some recent reports that you would have seen in the media. This I've taken from SA Trucker. They're quite vocal on all of the events that are happening inside or on our road networks nationally, not just particularly on the Western Cape. But not to spend too much time on it, I just want to give some emphasis on the first image that took place sometime last month on this driver. He was driving his truck somewhere along the road. And although the vehicle was fitted with the latest technology and telematics to alert him about that he's busy falling asleep, he still didn't hear it, and nearly it was a fatality. He swerved quite dangerously, nearly hitting a vehicle. I'm sure you will be able to find that somewhere on the website. And then just another one of a vehicle that caught a light inside of the Huguenot tunnel. So if you look at these pictures, and there's been quite a bit already presented during the course of the day, there's quite a need for increased compliance inside the Western Cape. And why do we want to do that as a province and as the mobility department particularly? We want skilled drivers and we want to improve the supply chain logistics. And I think it was quite important that Mitchell also mentioned earlier that we are quite predominant inside the cities industry because we want to prevent market losses. So just looking at some of the most prominent challenges inside nationally from some literature. This is just providing an overview of the most prominent challenges that these various industries experience inside of the trucking industry. Looking at government, industry, and the committees. I'm not sure if you can see those percentages over there, but they are quite various in road safety, cost efficiency, enforcement, driver health, the road conditions, and enforcement. And what that percentage also indicates that is that the higher percentage there is, the more prominent the challenge is according to these particular groups and as how they were categorized. Also, just looking more at additional literature that was adopted for this. These are also some interviews that was taken, online interviews and truck driver interviews, also showing high percentages of how their perception is of compliance on the roads and the challenges that they experience within the trucking industry. So just looking at the national view of the RTMS adoption. So from 2017 down to 2023 or 2022, there's been an increased registrations of RTMS organizations. There you can see it went up from, or nearly doubling from 144 in 2017 and nearly going to 269 adoptions of organizations that has taken RTMS, which resulted in a percentage of 3.5% in national heavy vehicle truck populations that was certified with RTMS in 2022. And this baseline of 3.5% was then further taken and modeled into a package to see how the national view could look with this adoption rate. So there were a few assumptions that were made based on this. And for these assumptions, these were based on improved driver behavior, which we spoke about quite a bit for the environment, such as increased defensive and economic driving, and reduced harsh acceleration, harsh braking, and speeding. So these areas were adopted with a few percentages. As you can see, their fuel consumption with a reduction of 20%, accident reduction of 60%, and transport cost reductions in 30%. So I just want to note here that these calculated savings are also being conservative because they are also only considering RTMS certified companies that were taken into consideration. Meanwhile, there can be some companies that are actually adopting the basic standards, but not necessarily being registered inside of this. So there, the baseline adoption rate that was taken into consideration for the organizations, these were the estimated cost savings that was determined that could help the national sector save. So that was 24.16 million in liters of fuel, mainly diesel, 153.47 million in externality costs, and almost 65,000 tons in cost emissions. Actually, okay. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Inc. So then it was further modeled with additional percentages to see how this baseline could potentially look going forward and if increased adoption is taken on. So looking at 5% and up to 25 and 50%, you can see those significant increases in cost savings nationally for fuel, externality, and CO2 emissions. So now let's just zoom into the Western Cape and how that adoption looked. So I just want to start out with the bottom right-hand corner over there. So in our 2022 model of the FDM, Corinne mentioned it earlier, we've been updating the model now for about 7 or 8 years. So in that update of the FDM, we had 142.3 million tons moved inside the province. And the market share, or the GFB, as she mentioned earlier on, was 98% on road and 2% on rail. And that was an estimated of 3,069,098 trips that was made by heavy vehicles inside our province for the 2022 model. So just looking at the baseline that we adopted nationally of 3.5%, you could see the cost savings over here overall with these assumptions for fuel, accidents, and transportation costs had an overall saving of 34%, and that amounted to 8.28 million liters of fuel. Diesel again, 52.6 million in accident externality costs, and 22,206 tons in cost emissions. Mm. Okay.
Overall, the savings of it.
Mm.
Basically, what it's saying is we find that the saving of fuel, the accidents was the at the bottom line.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Inc. I think I'm done on this slide. So just again, this table, adopting a higher certification rate at 5, 10, and 25%, and then lastly 50%. You can see the additional savings, which is cumulative for fuel, can increase significantly, exponentially, and then also the accident and crash externality costs can also be significantly increased along the network, and then as well as environmentally for the CO2 emissions can also be saved with this adoption rate. So since Western Cape likes taking things a step further, we also took this model inside of the PBS model, or the PBS scenario, which we looked at last year for our 2023 model update. And this model also looked at various cost savings for costs for fuel again, and then environmentally. So we know that the PBS vehicles are capable of transporting at least 30% more commodity groups. It's been mentioned previously before, quite a bit through the presentations. And then with the PBS policy that will be adopted shortly within the Western Cape, we will be the first that will be having a policy for PBS. So the ability to move those trucks would be a prominent reason why we would want an RTMS certified fleets within the province, or moving and operating within the province. There could be various cost savings, which would include, as I've listed here, liquid bulk with the potential of reducing transport costs by up to 28%. There could be a reduction in the laden trips. We heard earlier on that there used to be 5 trucks on a contract, and now there is 4. So those laden trips can also be removed. There can also be obviously then a reduction in the diesel consumption, which is indicated there with 16 and 17% for the transportation, again for liquid bulk and PBS friendly commodities, but an 8% increase in the remaining palletized freight. So then just in closure, I went through some of the statistics inside of the eNatus database, just looking at the population that of vehicles that are registered inside of the Western Cape. And what I found is that the Western Cape is currently leading third with the amount of registrations that could be found nationally. And leading those are Gauteng and then the KZN provinces as well. So currently at the end of 2024, the Western Cape was leading with 12.2% of those vehicle registrations. And then with the adoption of PBS that is coming up now, it could be expected that that percentage could be significantly increased. And just noting that some of the vehicles might not be registered here, but they are operating within inside the province. And that would be just one of the reasons why we would want to motivate additional adoption of RTMS inside of the province. I think that is it from my side. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Dana. I don't think anybody's ever done a projection before of the future state of RTMS from a provincial basis of the adoption and what the outcome for the province could be. So it's very interesting to see what the end state could be one day with greater adoption. Really good to see. Next up, Mark Hoffman is a senior specialist, business analyst, Western Cape Mobility. So when I met Mark for the first time 2 months ago, he showed me the Western Cape RTMS digital toolkit. and he's going to explain it to us now. Absolute fantastic initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. So I'm coming with my own tech, which is always a problem. So we're just going to try and set it up. If you give us a second, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the previous speakers. It's been extremely enlightening for me. I've learned a lot just listening to what you have to say, how it's been implemented already, and from the regulators, understanding what you look for and what companies need to achieve in order to become compliant. So you've heard about this digital toolkit a few times today. As you know, the intention is to be able to get more and more of the industry or of the operators to become compliant. We have seen earlier that we don't have enough of the small operators, so the 1 to 50 fleet size being compliant, and maybe because it can be quite overwhelming and possibly expensive for the smaller companies to be able to become compliant. So what we've done in the Western Cape, we tried to create this digital toolkit, and this version that I'm going to show you later on, it's just our first sort of phase 1 pilot version, which definitely can be used, but we want to be able to enhance going forward. So the idea is to make it easier for smaller freight companies or smaller operators to be able to become compliant. So we can want to be able to support the industry regulation. So just make it easier for them to certify using reporting that we would like to make available and data that we already have within the Western Cape, which can provide a lot of information and analytics to help smaller companies as well. So the main purposes, we heard it many times today, I'm not going to repeat it, but vehicle maintenance, driver behavior, load management of critical importance to ensure that we manage, and hopefully with the digital toolkit, we want to try and make this a little bit easier so that companies can start complying and become compliant at a later stage. So we technically have 2 applications that we've built, and you saw that bit in the middle that Corinne showed us earlier and spoke to us about. The one on the left is more of our administration application, and that's where we get policies and procedures which we've acquired and was made available from partners. And we capture all that information on the RTMS toolkit so that it won't be necessary for the user of the toolkit to go and find these policies and procedures or to define them from scratch. We've taken samples, we've taken examples, we've taken templates, and we've loaded it up, and that's all managed in the background. On the right-hand side, the green blit, that is the actual toolkit that will be used by the operators as we move forward. So simple process to get on. We've got the Western Cape Data Bank, which is a website with a lot of interesting information. A lot of the gain data we've consolidated and made it available through that interface as well. But there you can register to participate or become a RTMS toolkit user. And then there's some agreements and paperwork that gets done with the backend administration. Once everything is agreed to, paperwork out of the way, the administration team will set the user up using that red block on the left-hand side in the previous slide, get them configured. They will be sent a link, and once the link is sent to them, they'll be able to download and install this application. The application then can get installed on mobile device or on a computer. In my case, I'll show you how it works on the computer, but it can work slightly differently on a mobile device as well. And once they've installed it, they then set up their side of the business. So they need to set up their sites. As we heard earlier on, you can become compliant in a specific depot or site, not across everything. So the application allows you to set up sites, add your drivers, add your vehicles, add the information related to a specific site so that you can focus on becoming compliant in a depot specifically. Once that is all up and running, The next thing is now to manage it. So the application will allow you to manage your fleet, manage the way the drivers perform. We've built some stuff into the application that will automatically determine some and analyze some data, but it allows you to pull reports and to start managing and becoming compliant. So I'm just going to try and switch over to the application and just show you what it looks like and give you a brief demonstration. So, okay, so the application, as I said, gets downloaded onto your laptop or onto a handheld device, and there ultimately will be different versions of the application. So the one I'm going to show you now is mainly focused at the, let's say, the management portion of the company, where the information is captured, vehicles, drivers, policy and procedures are set up in order to become compliant, and capturing and storing of the data that's available. What we want to do in future is have another version of the application that can be used by the driver or the person or persons at the gate before the vehicle leaves to do pre-trip inspections, etc., on a separate looking application. First thing, okay, so now you've gone and you've downloaded the application, you've set up the application on your laptop. First thing you want to do is to set up your organizational infrastructure. So I've got a couple of fake sites that I've set up, but you simply go and you add your site into the location where it is, and that gets saved on the system. Once you've set up your site, and you can set them up as many as you like, you then need to manage your fleet inventory and your drivers. So as an example, on this site of mine in Bellville, I have 2 vehicles that I've loaded. And the way I've done the loading of the vehicle on this laptop is that I had to physically go and complete all the information. If you have the application running on your mobile device, it automatically goes into a scanning mode. So you just scan the license disc of the vehicle, it pulls all the information through. And we'll go and connect to our systems that we already have in the Western Cape and get additional information about that vehicle. So, for example, the license expiry date, the roadworthy information, we'll be able to pull in and it automatically populate this. It makes it way simpler than someone going to type these things in. And in future, we can also, if someone doesn't want to do this, they got a spreadsheet of all the vehicles, we'll be able to go and just say import my vehicles and pop up everything directly into the site for you. As you can see, there's a couple of colors on the right-hand side. So we've built in some logic to determine if the vehicle's license is going to expire. The color changes. If it's expired, it's orange. If it's going to expire in the next 3 months, and not at the moment, but in our plans going forward, we'll send out notifications to say, hey, your license on this vehicle is going to expire. You better start taking some action. So a couple of simple things. But again, we're using a lot of the technology that we have used in previous applications within the government, repurposing some of the stuff, which is a big thing in the government, repurposing, reusing, not wasting what we've built. So you're building a lot of that technology into a solution like this. So you add your vehicle. Sorry, rambling on a little bit there. Let's go to Bellville Store. And I'll go and add my drivers. So in the same way, you can add your driver, manually type it in. Depending on the device you have, if you have a 3D scanner on your device, you'll be able to click a button and scan the license, the actual driving license of the driver, and it will suck all the information in and save it for you there. And in a similar fashion, if your license is going to expire, it keeps record of it and will notify you thereof. So that's the first thing you do. Very quick and simple. Either upload it, scan, type it in, and voila, you've got your site set up with all the information pertaining to the site. The next thing, and I must be honest, when I first saw it, I was like, there's this list of policies and procedures. What do I need? What I don't need? How do I use it? When do I use it? What we've done is taken that list of policies and procedures. We've created, and this is not necessarily a full list. This is a subset. We're still in the process of finalizing it, but it lists all the policies in this case that you require to be compliant. So drug-free workplace, employer wellness policy, etc., etc. It's listed with a slight description of what it is. In the box below, the outstanding policies, those are all the policies that we've loaded and that me as Marks Transport, I haven't yet implemented those policies, or I haven't created those policies for my company. The one on top is my alcohol and illegal substances, very important for my marks transport. So I've got a policy for that, which I've created, but merely, for example, going to a policy, saying, I want to view this template. The template gets downloaded. The template is virtually a policy document, a generic one, which me as my marks transport, now I can go and edit this policy to suit the requirements within my company. I save it onto my computer, and then I can go off and upload the document when I'm ready to upload. I just go and get my document uploaded. It then moves into the top category, and we keep record of when the policy was last reviewed. It needs to be reviewed annually. If we as government identify, or through the RTMS forum identify there's a new policy or an updated version of the policy, it's X drug is now not a problem anymore and we want to update it, we'll update it. It will indicate that there is a new policy available. The company now needs to go in and create an updated policy and upload them. So all of them will be loaded onto the system here. Something else we've added, so if there is a policy, for example, hazardous transport and I don't transport hazardous stuff, I just transport everyday basic things, I can go and exempt myself from that. So when the auditors come in, you can say, yes, I don't need that because I don't do that. It's been exempted. In a year's time, I decide, I'm going to start transporting hazardous stuff. I can go in and I can upload that document and then have that policy on the system for me. In the very same vein, we have all the procedures, and we've got a lot of procedures. And again, that's not all of them. Exact same thing. All the procedures that are required based on the SANS document have been loaded onto the system. There may be a few that we've missed out on, but they are loaded. And again, easy for the company to have a look at it and say, yeah, these apply to me. I need to create such a procedure. I don't want to start from scratch. Let me download the procedure, see how it suits my current business. Can I use it, edit it, update it, and you have your procedure up and running on your system for you. So this is just the easy capturing of your documents and policies and procedures. Managing of the fleet. So there's still work being done on our side, quite a few things we want to do. And as I said earlier, and I was listening to the presentations and I got excited and started scribbling down lots of new little functionality and features we can potentially build in, just listening to how it's been implemented already. So we'll continue to do that. But let's take one of the vehicles. So my Scania, currently it's in a site, for example, that's not being considered for compliance, but I want to move that vehicle to another site because I believe it's going to be more value elsewhere. I can go through and transfer the vehicle. That vehicle then becomes part of the site that's now being considered for compliance. And I need to make sure I've got all my documentation and everything in place for that vehicle in order to be compliant. So there's a list of documentation that can be added. So we haven't created templates for all of these as yet, but we've listed based on the SANS document, the documents that would be required. So you need your maintenance procedure, which we spoke about quite regularly earlier on. Type of thing we want to do in future is add a maintenance procedure within the application. So when you go into your vehicle, say your vehicle is required to be serviced on these dates or these kilometers, and as you go through it, we'll send you reminders to say, don't forget to go and service it. For now, the application allows you to keep your own record and just upload it and store it. So we've got a variety of documentation that's required based on the SANS document that we need to make sure the operators have. And as far as possible, over time, we'll implement functionality within the application to be able to capture and manage it within the app as opposed to creating a doc and uploading it, especially around things like trip management and pre-trip inspections, load management, all those sort of things we want to be able to build within the application itself. Okay, what else we have here? So, yep, so uploading the documents, all the service records as well. whenever the vehicle is serviced, it can be uploaded and stored, and we'll keep record of the services for each of the vehicles. So as you can see, at this stage, the application is more around making the operator understand what is required and giving the ability to upload information and store it for the vehicles or for the drivers. In future, we want to, you know, our techie people want to get carried away and build all sort of nice things, but there's some plans we have afoot to try and do that. So similarly with the drivers, I won't go into detail. You've got your driver documentation, all the permits that's required for the driver, all the training information related to the driver needs to be captured and stored on the application. And again, in future, we want to be able to manage some of that directly within the application itself and not necessarily have documentation. Similarly, along the same vein, all the information required for the drivers, the trip sheets, the pre-inspections, everything gets captured on the system as we speak. We want to do much more in future, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But something that we've done, and we've listened, listening to the speakers this morning. It's important to be able to, and I hope this is going to work if our data connection is working, Dana. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so we've got a report that we've built called a Haulier report, Haulier dashboard. So it's specifically for a specific company. So this case, this is a real live operator. We've just anonymized everything, so we don't share the data with anyone. But it gives information specifically about that operator's vehicle. So we can see that this operator has vehicles that we as Western Cape government, through normal traffic law enforcement, we've stopped and we've checked. So you can see over this period, the last 6 months, 14 stop and checks were done on these vehicles. Hovering over it will give you more information about where it was stopped, when it was stopped, location, etc., so that the operator is able to go back and say, I saw you were stopped on this route on this day. What was the outcome? All way events, so these way events are the ways at the Western Cape government or our roads department way bridges. Every time a vehicle goes through, the vehicle gets weighed. All the details pertaining to the weigh events are listed. So again, you can check for all your vehicles whether it's been weighed, where it was weighed. If there was an overload, that overload was also captured. And again, here you can see which vehicle was overloaded, on what day, and at which weigh bridge we found it to be overloaded. The next one is alerts. So alerts are, as Corinne was saying, we've got a camera network of the Western Cape. And whenever we pick up a vehicle, and in this case, a heavy motor vehicle, we also go check what we call NATIS, the National Traffic Information System, and get information about that vehicle. We check whether the vehicle's roadworthy, whether it's licensed or not. We also do speed calculations to determine average speed of a distance based on the distance of the cameras, and we can determine if there has been any transgression whatsoever. So in this case here, there were, for this specific company, there were, what did I say, 6 alerts that were identified. Let me just go over 12 months. So at the moment, while that opens up, we've just taken a scale, a rolling scale of 6 months or 12 months, merely because the information we're showing here is information we've extracted from NATIS. Going forward, all the vehicles that I've shown earlier, the way we've captured it on the RTMS, for my specific company, my drivers, I'll take that information, go and get that information from the systems we have and present this based specifically on the vehicles that you've captured. We'll be able to say, for example, these alerts, 24 alerts, what are those alerts? We can see there's a variety of them. There are a couple of vehicles that had licensing issues. There's a few vehicles that had speeding, so they were over speeding. There were a couple of fatigue alerts as well. So the way we calculate fatigue is we look at the vehicle traveling through the different cameras. We know exactly the distance between the two. We know what speed they should be traveling. Heavy motor vehicle, 80 kilometers, 100 kilometers, whatever. And we'll calculate to see what's the probability of the person had stopped and taken a rest in that period. If they haven't, we come back and say, hey, we got a fatigue alert. What we do with it today, though, is we send it to the traffic law enforcement, as Corinne explained. So officer down the road will stop them and say, hey, come take a rest, have a Coke, whatever, before you continue. What we'll do in future with this, those fatigue alerts will be sent to the based operators as well directly to the driver via the driver application to say, you've been driving way too long, make sure you take a rest, etc. So anyway, so we can get all sort of interesting information directly from, not from a tracking system. So the difference is a lot of the speakers spoke about the way they've implemented it, uses tracking systems. I've got a bit of experience working in the tracking space myself, and it provides a lot of valuable information. Some of the smaller, medium companies may not have trackers in their vehicles. What we'll be able to do with the system is at least provide some tracking of where they've been driving, if their vehicles have been driving for too long, information that a smaller company may not necessarily have at that stage. What we've also included here is actual notices, so we can see the notices when you physically get a fine. So as you can see, there were 24 alerts, so we've picked up 24 things weren't right, but only 24 notices were issued. And there's reasons for that, because there's various reasons why the notice specifically is not issued. But in this case, there were notices issued specifically for this company. It shows the value of the notice. It says exactly what was wrong, or why the driver wasn't, the vehicle wasn't, or why the vehicle was fined. So that again, the operator can provide information there. And then just gives you a total cost of it. So you can see this vehicle here, 9540, is costing me $4,000 in the past month on fines. Who's the driver? Why is he doing that? And then take the necessary remedial actions to change the way the driver behaves, etc. So as you can see, this is just one report. The intention is, as we move forward, to be able to provide much more reports, trying to align it with the requirements that's in the SANS document of what is needed. Builders reports, all of these things can be exported directly to PDF. So it will be available for the auditors as well as for the operators. What we also planning on doing as we move forward is make this available to the regulator. So auditor come to my premises, Marks Transport, and say, show me all your documentation, show me what you've done, show me the remedial action, show me the trip report. We'll be able to give access to this application for the specific auditor on site for a period of time, and all information related to, in my case, my Bellville site, which is my site being compliant. You'll click on that, and data required for that, for the audit will be made available to him. So we're building some of that functionality into the application as well. So I'm not running out of time, so let me just, sorry, it's okay. So we're planning on making a few improvements. As I said, the capturing of the driver's details, the vehicle details through scanning, importing, etc. We're busy looking at ways in which we can provide pre-trip inspection, verification, load management on the application. And again, in other aspects of traffic law enforcement and in the mobility department, we've built tools to do that sort of stuff. So we'll again repurpose some of that so that before the vehicle goes out, the simple pre-trip inspection can be done. Tick a couple of boxes, take a photo of the tires, take a photo of the straps. That's get verified by someone in the office to say, cool, everything is loaded, happy, hit the button, the vehicle can go out. All that information is captured then and linked to the vehicle and to the trip and to the driver, so we can pull it through on dashboards. So there's a few things that we're planning, we would like to be able to achieve as time goes by. But as we see, to try and become compliant, the operators have told us it takes months, years to go through the process to get to a point where you're at a level and you're compliant. So similarly in developing applications like this, it's not just going to happen overnight. So we really want to be able to work, and we implore operators in the industry to work with us to help us build a solution in the right way over the period of time that can provide the most benefit and the most value to the operator so they can become compliant. And obviously from a Western Cape government perspective, better roads, safer, less accidents, we'll immediately see those benefits coming through. But we do need assistance. None of us own freight companies. I don't know if Corinne's got a company or not. No, not yet. So we don't understand it. We're not in the industry. We don't really, we learn, we read, we gain a lot of information from people in the room, but we need somebody to work with us to make this thing work properly. We also need to finalize, which is Corinne working hard at, making sure we get all the commercials in place and paperwork and everything in order. But in the meantime, we're building out the application. We need assistance, please, and we really ask if you're eager to come on board and help us. Email us at md.freight@westerncape.gov.za and we can work together to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Absolute fantastic cool toolkit. What you guys are doing is, where is Deerwald? Deerwald, imagine if this toolkit was around when you started RTMS 5, 6 years or 10 years ago. It would have made your life easier because a lot of the basics that you needed for the RTMS journey. And I think that's probably the thing is when a company starts the journey for the first time, you got this mountain in front of you and you're not too sure how to climb the thing. Now there's an easy way of doing it. You just fine tune it for your business. Absolutely great. And Oliver, you and Alan make your lives easier. I mean, the data is available. A lot of the audits can be done to a certain degree remotely because you can access it from anywhere. So absolute great initiative. Thank you, Mark. Last presentation from Mario Brown, Director of Transport Policies and Strategies, Western Cape Mobility, and talk to us about the Western Cape's government's PBS policy.
Let me just open this. Yes, thank you. I'm going to be short because I'm just the bearer of good news. And I think people has been waiting. I don't want to say years, then people will think we took forever to develop this policy. But policy development, not overnight, consultation. And I want to thank the room because I see a lot of faces here that contributed to us developing that. So just in terms of the good news, the policy has been approved by the provincial minister. We also in this year, we've approved and adopted our provincial land transport framework, where freight is one of the 6 principles that we mainly going to focus on for the next, say, the PLTF is a 5-year plan. What we did to took the consensus decision to go further than that 5 years, like 25 years plus. So our policy is aligned specifically with that increased self-regulation, a theme that the PLTF is also promoting in terms of freight. RTMS, you will see if you go on the website where you're gonna do the PBS application for permits, I don't think they will allow you further if you're not RTMS certified, or they will ask the question yes or no, and then you can go further in terms of your application. This table of contents is wrong. So I just want to give you some idea in terms of how our PBS policy looks like. I know a lot of you guys have read. In government standards, this is a very short policy, only 53 pages. So it will go quickly, and it's more implementation type of policy. It will guide you in terms of how you need to do this applications. But the main focus, like Doc also indicated this morning, the PBS policy serves as a guideline for implementation and enforcing PBS standards within the Western Cape. Like Dana also said, it's going to be a first in the country, and I've heard some voices from a national level that they also want to, for us as a Western Cape, to come present to them for, I think, for a national adoption. But I'm not too sure about that. But I think there is some value in our policy for adoption. So it's to improve road safety, optimizing vehicle design, and ultimately protecting our infrastructure. Like I said, this policy is more administrative policy and also to monitor. In terms of the structure of the policy, it's application for concept and principal approvals, vehicle designs. Doc also gave a lot of input in terms of how we need to structure this policy, who's going to administer the policy, alignment with the smart truck requirements, and then route requirements, mass determination. So that is basically what the I'm so used to just presenting the PLTF on a lot of platforms. But this is what the PBS policy is looking like. It's only 53 pages, people, so I won't go into detail. Just again to reiterate, RTMS certification, the fleet must be certified before any permit will be issued. I think that is the most important part that I want to relay from a policy perspective. There is conceptual approval, say for a 5-year period, detailed design assessments, design approvals, the NATIS registration that was spoken about earlier. Monitoring, we rely a lot on data submissions. So we just call upon authorities or companies to provide us with that data. One of the key things of the policy is also to do a biannual review of the policy. But I'll relay everything in an email this afternoon or tomorrow in terms of what is the process that we need to follow within the next couple of days or going forward. There is certain vehicle design requirements. There is some recommended design features within the policy. It's not necessarily a thing that will prohibit you from getting a permit, but it may be if we go into the years and updating the policy that it can get to be a requirement. Permit administration, it will be administered by our department. Like Corinne also indicated, it was a fight in the beginning to get this policy under our banner. We had to go sit in front of offices just to get traction on PBS from a Western Cape government perspective. We've been working on it for the last, I say, more than a year, Corinne. But finally, I can say that we have a policy in play. We're only going to accept online applications and only applications from Saturday when you're having coffee on the 1st of November. I don't know why I chose that day. But from Saturday, people can start, or companies can start doing applications. Any application that was emailed to me, Mavis, over the last couple of years, will be discarded. We will only accept on that specific platform that we will have. But that will I relay in terms of an email to everybody that was part of our consultation process. And I think most of them is in here. There's a dedicated website with a policy, with email addresses, and then also the platform where the applications needs to happen on. So the type of permits, this area and route specific permits, processing them, we aim for 2 weeks, but if there's additional information required from the industry, it might take around 3 weeks because there's also some assessments or other authorities like say the City of Cape Town or municipality that needs to be consulted within the process. The annual fees, the permit office will have the details, but I think they will go on what was published around 10 years ago in terms of that fees. I'm also going to start lobbying with National in terms of how can we change or just for them to publish new updated fees for the next couple of years, but they haven't. I think it was 2016, the last publication of that fees. Yes, so the issuing of the permits, like I said, it is from our department, our permit office. So there would be specific conditions for the permits, the covering areas, RTMS certification that I spoke to, route limitations, where you can operate, and then also the maximum axle loads. There's other conditions also specified in the policy. Vehicles must not travel in convoys. Permits may include additional restriction determined by Western Cape government officials. Sometimes it goes from us to the Department of Infrastructure as well for their input. Yes, that's just in summary. Permit applications open on the 1st of November, which is Saturday. There's a dedicated platform. I will relay everything in an email to everyone either this afternoon or tomorrow, where you can get access to our platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. That's really great news. So everybody get ready on Saturday morning. You know what to do. and all of the best. Thank you very much. Kathy, you wanted to say a couple of words quickly or not? You got 2 minutes because everybody wants to go to lunch. All yours.
Thank you very much for a great opportunity. I quickly want to do, while I'm speaking, I want to quickly invite Sunshine down here, Mr. Bennett, quickly, young man. So we've actually got an operator from Gauteng who wants to do a quick testimonial. He especially flew in, and Sunshine's background is he had 6 scorers, and he now has more than 6 scorers. Sunshine, quickly just give a quick testimonial, and brilliant. I love this application. Quick one. We have literally...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunshine Bennett. My company is called Africa Link Transport. Unfortunately, you cannot be able to see now. She's in hurry. It wasn't that. If you can give me 2 minutes, I can show you. If they allows me.
What do you want to do, Sunshine?
Just to show them what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, cool. 100%. Wouldn't know. You're going to have to ask the experts.
Okay.
Right.
As Katie just said, when I started my transport, by the way, I was a truck driver. I was a rolly boy. A rolly boy, you call the conductor, you call the assistance driver from the driver. I was closing the sail, open and closing the sail. But my vision was to learn about the transport. When I started one truck, which is when I left my work, my company actually, it was on strike where I was working, which is called long distance transport. The old guys like me, they should be know long distance transport. It's an old company, 1999, they closed down because it was a strike. From that time, with no job, then I tried to sell one of my house, which when I was building, I was still driving. Then I bought one truck. From house into the sleeping on the truck, driving myself, looking for a load there and there. They robbed me, which is the part of, I call school fees, so I call how you learn on the transport industry. So that's how I started. Today I'm running 110 trucks from one. I run all over. We'll show you.
Africa Link Transport. We lead in Africa. Africa Link is a reputable long-distance courier service operating across South Africa and select African regions, including Mozambique, Eswatini, Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. Our expertise lies in transporting diverse cargo, such as coal locally and between South Africa and Mozambique, SAB beverages locally and cross-border, timber, cement, sugar, clay sand, and more. Our extensive fleet includes tautliners, flat decks, side tipper trucks. As a South African registered company, we contribute directly to the country's economic growth. We prioritize community development and investing in the local economy. With strategically located depots in Mozambique, Matola, Eswatini, Matsefa, Bronkhorstspruit, Delma's headquarters. Our state-of-the-art fleet management system and live camera monitoring 24/7 ensure driver safety and timely cargo delivery. Trust Africa Link for efficient and reliable transportation solutions. We lead in Africa.
Do we still have a time? I think you're going to lunch, eh?
Take them out, but quickly.
Okay.
You
can finish.
done with the video. Maybe just a short testimonial supporting RTMS PBS and how.
Thank you so much for the Western Cape thank you so much to Western Cape to actually give us the chance with the RTMS. I mean, with the PBS. I've been looking this thing this past 5 years to run a PBS on the Western Cape. I'm running todd liners from Swaziland into all over South Africa. I'm bringing sugar here and I'm running the breweries as well. So I've been looking for this for quite some time. So thank you. With RTMS, I joined RTMS, I think was 2011, if I'm not mistaken. I had about 6 trucks that time. So we're looking for a finance, Standard Bank, you name all the banks. And they've been refusing because this company was very small and without any background. But today, they are the ones chasing us behind. So keep on dreaming bigger, not small, and make sure that all your trucks are well on the road. We can see our truck at any time with the driver speed driving, whatever it is doing, we can actually see. So although as you can see, drivers, they always try their lucky. Either you see them, either you don't see them, they always try their luck. So that's my advice to those who just want to start the transport. I've learned the hard way, but today, I think I'm one of the best. Thank you. RTMS side, when we started, it was very hard. It's times of all the paper they're looking for. I even chased them one day in my office. Said, you're wasting my time. I need to make money. I need to work. Get out. Later stage, and I realized my mistake. I call them back. We sit down, they train what need to be done. We trained, we actually went up and down until we got it right. It's been, I think, 6 years now with RTMS. And from that time, we've been gaining a lot of job. Mining industry, you name it. So thank you. That's all I can say.
That's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunshine. Thanks, Kathy. All right, guys, we've reached the end of our RTMS workshop. Any questions for any of the presenters? Or has it been explained so well that everybody understands? Yes.
Wait.
Thanks, Harry. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, it's a comment rather than a question. All the presenters, they all spoke about drivers, fatigue, accidents, etc., etc. So the comment that I've got to make is we must not underplay the legislation called R2. Because R2 is a driver behavioral system, demerit system. And when that comes into effect, remember, we've got a lot of drivers, foreign drivers on the roads. And that in itself, if they are, if their system, the demerit system really works and they are at their limit, they won't be able to drive. How is it going to work when you have drivers from other provinces coming to our province and so on and so on? How they can monitor that? So please, it's just, R2 is just not for drivers in the trucking industry, it's for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, point taken. I think we're going to learn a lot the day R2 officially gets rolled out. I think that's when the journey is really going to start, because you make a valid point. The beginning points were when a driver loses all of his points, can that driver now be dismissed because he cannot provide a service? Now you cannot pay him a salary to do a job because he's not qualified to do the job. I think those are going to be challenged, and those events are going to happen and we're going to learn and precedents are going to be set when it happens in the real world. Another point was that if there is points allocated against the vehicle, which gets allocated against the company, that they lose their operating certificate. What is the impact of that going to be? So I think the rollout of R2 is step number one. The real implications thereof is going to come over time. And I think we're all going to learn in that journey. Thank you. Any other questions? Oliver.
The question for Mark. I think firstly, the software tool looks great. I think it makes nice provision and a good guideline for companies to comply. You're using data from the weighbridges, speed cameras, and from your enforcement checks primarily, just to provide a picture. Do you have any plans to look at maybe APIs with the telematics companies going forward, or is that not something you would consider?
Thank you, Oliver. No, it's a very good question. So it is something over time that has been spoken about to try and integrate with telematics companies. There's no specific plan or intention at this stage to do that. As you know, it's not an easy thing to get agreements in place and pop your information, etc. Ideally, yes, if you can, it will be great. Maybe something in future, if someone is RTMS and it's part of the agreement that they put in place and they have telematics information, maybe they'll share it with us. But part of the actual RTMS solution. But blanketly getting access to telematics data is probably not on the cards for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any further questions?
Yeah, this one's for Corinne. I want to know what support structures in place for owner-operators and small businesses to invest in the RTMS program.
Thank you. I knew something was going to come from you, Derek. Thank you for the question. I think we've demonstrated very well how we've tried to embed RTMS to support SMMEs in our policies all the way through to our implementation. Today demonstrates that we are taking that first step in raising awareness, bringing information to operators to understand the standard, bringing everybody who's knowledgeable about it into one space to assist operators to understand the standard better. Furthermore, I don't think that there is a better demonstration than the RTMS digital toolkit. We've looked at the barriers to compliance, and we've, through this toolkit, worked in ways that those barriers can be reduced. I think Mark ended with a call to say, work with us, right? So our call is to you to say, if you are interested in adopting RTMS as a smaller enterprise, work with us as we test the solution, because it's not a fully fledged solution at the moment. We are expanding and building its enhancements. But we want to bring something to industry that makes sense and that works for you. And we want to walk this journey with you. I do also want to say, this comes at a cost to government. We did the business case 2 years ago to show, yes, it's going to cost us, but in terms of savings, we will see the benefit eventually, right? But we also want enterprises who partner with us to understand that when you are walking this journey with us, you are also making that commitment. We want to see return on investment. You must also be serious about implementing. This license agreement that we are working on is also going to put obligations on the operator to say, I will get access to your system, but in return, I commit to the following. I commit to walking this journey with these particular milestones, and we will have to work in what happens if you don't adhere to your commitments. So in short, Derek, we are committed to supporting small and medium enterprises because we know what or how intimidating it might be to implement the standard. And our digital toolkit is how we are going to do it.
Thank you, Corinne. And I've been in RTMS now for 20 years. And from a government perspective, This is a quantum leap forward, what the Western Cape has done with this toolkit to help small operators get off the ground and understand. I really think the support is fantastic. It's really good.
I think it's a question for Mark. The system that you guys are looking at or that you've developed is you're talking about SMEs, fleet sizes from 1 to what? Number one, is there a limit? And secondly, I'm presuming this is for operators within the Western Cape. What would happen with people that are saying just outside? Would they be able to join or not? Preferably not.
Thank you. So there's no specific limit to the size of the fleet. It doesn't have to be 1 or up to 50. We just know there's an opportunity there to be able to get some of those smaller fleet size companies on board. But it doesn't mean that a company with 100, 200, 500 cannot make use of it as well. It's designed for irrespective of the size of the fleet. Yeah. And sorry, the second question was? Oh, yeah. So at the moment, it's designed specifically for provincial. There's no intention to take it outside of the Western Cape province. Yeah. So, you go ahead.
But if other provincial authorities are interested in partnering and learning and expanding, we are open to it.
Good. Well, it's another question for Mark. Yeah, I also think it's a great initiative.
Mark, I'd leave if I was.
Or have you got a middle name? No. Look, I presume also if a small SMME company with 5 trucks uses the system and then they grow, like Sunshine's company, they might decide at some stage that they want to start implementing their own system. So then I guess one would look at, because then you'll have a whole lot of data that one could look at exporting that data. Let's say they decide to buy, I don't know, some other, then that, yeah, so that would be something that would be, you starting up where they're small and they get bigger and bigger and eventually they sort of go off on their own. So it's great. It's fantastic. Well done.
Good. Oliver.
Another question for Mark. I just thought about it now, actually. Are there any implications for the transporter if you pick up a high number of expired licenses, expired permits, overloading, etc.? Would it be purely diagnostic to inform, make them aware, and hope to remediate, or would there be any other consequence in terms of the SLA?
I think maybe Corinne will be better positioned to ask from a SLA perspective. So technically, because we're seeing that those transgressions, as we call it, that will be managed through traffic law enforcement in a normal fashion. From our RTMS perspective, we're purely making it available to the operator so that necessary remedial action can take place. I don't know if Corinne's got another comment.
No, you gave me a good starting base. We were still going to enforce the law, as I mentioned earlier. The toolkit is for self-regulation, right? So if there are concerning trends, the operator has the primary responsibility to deal with it first. Our enforcement efforts will follow the normal processes, but we are also working on something else, which the haulier dashboard is one element of, where we are checking the trends with our operators in the province. Sorry, I'm looking this way now because the camera is there, but I acknowledge you sitting behind me. We're seeing the trends with our operators in the province. And if fines are not a deterrent, because we know some of the, like a fine structure for some of them, it's pocket change. It doesn't deter them. So we are working on how do we then, if we see a concerning trend, contact those hauliers and start a journey with them of compliance, remediating those concerning areas. So in short, we are not going to enforce RTMS. It remains a self-regulatory issue. We will continue to enforce the law through the structures that exist and the processes that exist, but we will be managing trends and intervening where we see concerning operators or companies.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, question at the back.
Hi and good afternoon. My name is Ndakwana. My question is to the operators. I saw in one of the presentations somebody talked about driver behavior, etc. So my question goes to driver behavior in a sense of maybe how do you deal with or how do you train your drivers in terms of how they on the road where I've seen in instances maybe on the N1, for example, or just where there are passing lanes, and instead of the trucks, you see trucks from the same company, they are on all the lanes, both the passing lanes, and how do you deal with cases like that so that for them to be able to do things like allow other drivers, passenger vehicles, etc. to pass through instead of now it's like trucks competing on the road, etc. Do you train them on such cases behavior-wise or not? Thank you.
That'll be probably something from one of the transporters. I can tell you now that in the case of transport, Sunshine might be able to give it an answer on that as an operator.
Good question. Eh? That is why we got the cameras on the trucks. That you can see left and right, you can see in the front. The moment we see that, the driver will pull him back to our yard. That's the only way to do it. If you're too soft to the driver, it will destroy you. Not only you, even the other use of the road. Thank you.
And I think, thanks, Sunshine. Yeah. And in a lot of instances, the transport management will only know about it if something like that is reported, if they don't have those cameras. So if you are running a fleet of vehicles and there's drivers on the fast and the slow lanes, you might not necessarily know about it. But when you do, I'm sure that transport companies do make that part of their training process to the drivers, to give right of way for the others and not to hog both lanes of the road. That's just common road courtesy. That's all that it really is.
Just to add on that, most of the company of the trucks, there's a number at the back, report bad driving. Even on the side of the truck, please phone that number. You will save a lot of people's life. And second is, you said if the truck is too close on the front, yes, we can be able to see in the office, but you might never know. The person in the office can be a friend of the same driver, cannot be reported. So your assistant to phone that particular number, you'll be helping a lot. Thank you.
Cool. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time today. I'm now going to hand over to Harry to close off. But thanks for the participation. I hope you found the morning informative. Thanks for your time. It was good for everybody to be here. Over to you.
Let's give a hand to our MC. Thank you very much, Adrian, for excellent emceeing us today. Really appreciate it. Always great to be working with you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, also our thanks to the Western Cape Department Mobility for setting this up. Corinne and your team, thank you very much for the excellent work you've been doing, supporting us. Really appreciate that. RTMS, collaborating on this. It's great seeing this going forward and the standard being integrated and interfaced up to this level into this provincial government. I think that's great. And I think we can give them all a big hand for doing this. Thank you to Standard Bank for also sponsoring catering for us. Really appreciate that. And we're going to have a nice lunch. Before we go for lunch, we've got a lucky draw to do. And so we're going to have a little bit of fun and then we'll go for lunch. So thank you very much. Yes, Corinne.
Thank you, Harry. Sorry for hijacking the program, but I realized we didn't have a vote of thanks at the end. It's just going to be 2 minutes because I think it's important to thank everybody. You've taken time out of your day, out of your businesses to be here, and we know that time is money, and I hope that it was spent in a worthwhile manner with us today. And we really appreciate it, whether you were here in person or whether you are sitting in the virtual room. We really, really appreciate your support. Adrian was already thanked. Thank you. You've been a very engaging MC, but lacks on the time management, but next time. There's always room for improvement. And then to Dr. Paul Nodengen, I think that if anyone here, you called your colleague Mr. PBS Australia, né? I think you are Mr. PBS South Africa. And it must do you so proud to see how the work that you've been doing is paying dividends. So too with RTMS. So well done in never, giving up on that vision and pushing it forward. I think that you can go to bed every night and tap yourself on the back before you do and have peaceful sleep. You've done a good job. To Harry, the Transport Forum, you are and have been doing, as we heard earlier, 258, 225, 85, thank you, sessions already. You bring light to so many important issues in the transport sector. And not only the problems, but you bring people who have solutions. And you need to keep doing what you're doing because it's imperative for this industry across sectors, across modes, to know of what the future of transport can look like for South Africa. And thank you to your many sponsors also who make your work possible. And to Jan, who I met, fantastic visual and audio assistance. That doesn't go unnoticed. Then to the 2 auditors, JC Auditors and Zola Bix. You are the only 2 accredited SANAS auditors for RTMS. You are helping to make the standard real. And thank you for what you do. Then to the presenters, some of them I had to strong arm to be here today. I'm not going to say who, but I'm so appreciative that you've taken the time, you've put in the effort to prepare such well-rounded presentations. And then to my colleagues as well, everyone here who also did their presentations, who put in the time and effort. And not to, have favorites or anything, but I think my favorite presentation was the digital toolkit, because that's a practical implementation of what government is doing for industry. And, it's fantastic to work with people like Mark, because you take an idea to them, you say, this is what it must do. And then these business analyst people, they just know how to put it together to bring it to life. And when I brought this idea, I couldn't have imagined it would look so cool. So thank you, Mark. And all the developers behind the scenes, of course. And then to Mario, where's Mario? He's left. I know that Mitchell said he spoke to Minister Meyer, and then we have a policy. But I just want to say policy doesn't get developed overnight. We've been working on that PBOS policy for a while. It was just coincidence that Minister Meyer and him had a conversation, but, systems already in process to have that done. And he's been fantastic in driving forward the adoption of that policy. We've even had colleagues from National here. They flew out to support this. That means a lot to us to see that our work is being recognized there and supported there. And then to my team, thank you for your support in getting the logistics and all of it sorted today. And then to my boss, Mr. Fezile Mbambo, who is silent for the most part when we have these kind of interventions. But if you are going to be successful in your job, you need a leader that sees your vision and supports it, right? So thank you. Oh, then, of course, to Sanra for the beautiful venue and to the caterer for the delicious food that we're going to eat. And that is all of my thank yous. Thank you, Harry, and apologies again. I know people's stomachs are growling.
Thank you, Corinne. Excellent note of thanks and closing of the session. As I said before, we can say goodbye now to our online audience. Thank you for following. Appreciate your support as well. So let's do the lucky draw. We're going to send around the little bucket thing. You can drop in your business card there, or this card if you want to. Maybe you want to keep this for networking just now, but any one of them you can chuck into that little thing. Where are